setting up for a live broadcast. Hello there, my name's Tom, and I am the host of the INFJ Experience. I want to welcome you, if anybody is out there, that is. Let me just, I'm still trying to get set up here, people. Just trying to get myself on the screen for a live. Where are we? Okay, hold on. I'm still trying to find myself here on my laptop. Yeah, right. I will make some adjustments as we go along. Here we go. I believe that's it right here. Let's see. I will make some adjustments as we go along. Here we go. Oh, okay. Whoa, wait. Okay. Mute that. Mute that. Okay, we're live. All right, things are looking pretty good here on the laptop. Let's readjust this camera just a bit. And let's see how we are doing. So there we go. All right, that's it. So we have one watching. Okay, hello there, one watching. Whoever that might be, welcome. How are you? Yes, if you'd like to say hello, you have an open chat. You could make a comment, ask a question, or just say hello to me, because I'm saying hello to you. All right, see how that's going there. I'm still trying to make adjustments here. I'm always on a delay. As what I'm saying here, I see it on my screen maybe six or 7 seconds beyond. So I have to wait just a bit. I'm going to go down just a little bit more with this. There we go. All right. Okay, so there we go. All right. So the channel, just so you know, the state of the union of the channel, it's going very well. Channel is, we are up currently to 821 subscribers and growing. This is an ever-growing channel here, folks. But then again, okay, the topic here is, of course, the personality types. We cover the MBTI personality, the INFJ personality in particular. Now, of course, as you know, I'm sure we've heard this statistic before. I've said this before, but the INFJ personality type is the rarest of all personality types. There is less than 2 to 1% of the world population that are INFJs, and it's even a little bit more rare in the men. It's even less than 1% for the man. It's like 0.5 to 0.8, so it's less than 1%. People, that's like 5 to 8 men in a crowd of 1,000. That are INFJs. That's very rare. And of course, in general, with women included, it's 1 to 2%, which is still very rare. I mean, that's like saying it's maybe 20, maybe 10 people out of 1,000. When you think of it that way, it's scarce. So after saying that, being that it's a rare personality, a lot of times INFJs, being that there's a turbulence to their personality, it's a very complex personality, and a lot of times INFJs don't know any other, because it's such a rare personality type. They might bump into an INFJ here and there, but maybe not too often in their life. So a lot of times they feel very different, very isolated. See, they're introverted and intuitive first, so they're in their head a lot. They're always in their mind, very much in though, because they're introverted and intuitive, which is their dominant function. Then they have that feeling and judging, which means the FJ. Now, if anybody here has any familiarity with the MBTI type, there are 16 personalities in the MBTI, and it's just the way that it has been discovered. Carl Jung was a Swedish, or was he Swedish or Belgian? I can't remember. Maybe somebody could help me on that. I know he was foreign. I think he was Swedish. And yes, he devised the whole, basically, MBTI. Well, it wasn't until after, it was a little bit later on than that, but he devised everybody that there were 4 main categories into a psyche of somebody, into a personality. And I guess out of those you could kind of have many different combinations into personality types. So The first one is the I, which is the introverted, but to the opposing to that is extroverted. That's a fairly easy one. I mean, a lot of times people fall down into extroverts or introverts, and usually the category is either one or the other. So typically that's where it starts. And so, I mean, that's a pretty easy one to know. A lot of times, are you the type that likes people, that just goes to a party and seems to charge as you go along? It's like the party goes on, and you just seem to get more fired up, start cracking jokes, start loving it more, all the more. More than likely, you're extroverted, because these are the people that are always having friends, always needing people around them, or liking people around them. They're the popular types. Just remember those popular kids in high school. Those are the ones that always seem to just have all the friends. People always seem to gravitate to them. And then, of course, you had the introverts. Now, if you remember the introvert kids in high school, yeah, those are the ones that were always kind of off by themselves, maybe in the break room, off in the lunchroom, or they might have been in class, and they were always the quiet one. And they always looked like they were kind of looking off into the distance, and they weren't really with the group, with the class. I mean, of course, they talked. They might be decent. Yeah, they may have been polite and all. Or maybe they were picked on a little bit because of their quietness. A lot of times they're targets for that. You know, people want to test them, see what they're all about when you don't reveal a lot about you. But bottom line is, those were the introverts. Okay, so that's the first part of the equation that was fairly easy to decipher. You know what I mean? As far as that goes. Then, okay, now the second letter is the N. So you're either an introvert or you're a sensor. So it's either N or S. And typically, introverted intuitives, yeah, it's just a way of processing things deeper in the mind. You know, taking cues from your senses, seeing what you have around you, but actually kind of thinking and going deeper and trying to process what you're seeing in a deeper level. Especially with, and for example, I mean, looking at facial, just looking at somebody's face when they're talking. Maybe the way they smirk a little bit, the way they raise their eyebrows, the way there's an inclination or a declination in the tone of their voice when they're explaining something to you. Sometimes you can pick up on people who are lying to you or deceiving you. Or a lot of times you can tell if they're honest. You can get a vibe that they're telling you the truth, that these people are straight shooters, in other words. So it's a deeper way of perceiving things in that way. So that's what introversion is. But of course, a lot of it is too. It's just seeing patterns, seeing things ahead of you, not necessarily with people's emotions and facial expressions, I should say, but a lot of things, just understanding patterns, where certain things are leading, like putting things together and knowing what the future outcome is going to be, knowing where it's going to lead. Now, that's basically what intuition is. That's basically what that is. All right. And of course, you're a feeler or a thinker. The F or the T in the third part is either one, and that's basically just that. I mean, either you're more emotional or more logical. And sometimes it just falls under that spectrum. Sometimes people have a preference of thinking and rationalizing things based on values or based on how things feel, and then other times, most of the time, people base their decisions on logic, on what's practical, what makes sense. Now, INFJs typically have a good balance of that. Typically, they do. They're known as being, they have a feeling side. They have an empathetic feeling side. They're sensitive in some ways. And they do make decisions in their life based on how they affect others around them. And that's a lot of times what the feeling type does. And so, of course, then on the other flip side, like I said, you have the T, which is the thinker, the logical one. Thinking is more like just the idea of processing things and putting them into what makes sense, what makes logical sense. Now, each and everybody has a certain level of introverted thinking extroverted feeling. They all, everybody has these, but a lot of times what it is in your personality type, it's what you prefer to do. It's your preference. It's how you just kind of designed you the way you think. And it's how you prefer to be in a thinking way. And typically, because it's a preference, it just boils down into, like I said, there's these 16 different categories that all these combinations go into. And I did forget the last one, the J. Okay, that's the judging. And then on the flip side of that is perceiving. Okay, that's just the way you put things into categories and things. It's the way you perceive the world. Perceivers are more, they're seeing things for what they are. They have a good, they got a good, they're pretty much more of they're perceiving the worlds in their senses in a lot of ways. It's a sensing perceiving. They're seeing things and putting together in what they see. Of course, they can, not to say they can't have future outcomes and things like that, but they're putting things together in the moment a lot of times. They're not really looking too much in the future. Not to say they can't, but a lot of times it's in the now. It's in the moment. Judges are more just that. The J in the judging is more of a very structured function where they put things into basic categories in a lot of ways. They put things right into rows and levels, and they put things like in order as well. Like what takes priority, what the second that doesn't take priority, like things that they would do in order. So there's a way of putting things into order due to priority, and just a way of preferring a way to think that way. So it all just boils down. And of course, at that point there, that's a long-term planning too. INFJs are known as being planners in many different levels: long-term, short-term, intermediate, even very short-term, and things like that too. And sometimes, a lot of times, your perceiver types are more these spontaneous types. They just do things in the now. Something comes to mind, and they decide to just do it. Go ahead and do it like that. Usually, the judger types, especially INFJs, are very structured. When they have a good structured plan in their mind and their way of thinking, then it keeps them in better order when they know themselves and know that they're better in a structured environment and knowing themselves that way. So that's basically what it is. But now the thing is about this personality type, and if I have two watching out there, hello. Now, a lot of times is with that type, a lot of it comes down to basically because of the way the alignments are in their mind. A lot of them are opposite. They're opposite functions. Like, for instance, being introverted and intuitive, but also have that extroverted feeling. And a lot of times that causes a lot of turmoil in their soul for most of their life. Now, even Carl Jung said that the INFJ is a suffering type personality. Not to say, he said they're one of the most. Most of your introverted intuitives suffer the most because of the way they're always in their head thinking. They're always processing things in their head. And a lot of times they feel isolated. Especially INFJs, it's a very isolating personality. So they go through most of their life feeling like this, trying to just decipher the world. And a lot of times there's so many moments in their life where they just can't understand themselves. They're so deep in their mind, they're so complex that even their own reasoning, their own mind sometimes confuses them. And so they spend most of their life trying to understand themselves, trying to figure themselves out, trying to make sense of their world, their life. And so typically in this process, they go through a lot of bouts of depression, and a lot of times they self-isolate many times when they feel drained, when they feel drawn by people and slighted by people. And then, of course, they have that extroverted feeling, which is always trying to have them reach out and make connections with people. So it's a conflicting thing where they feel like they need to make that connection. They need to feel that that soul needs to make some kind of heartfelt connection with somebody. Yet they also like their introversion and their solitude. So these two conflicting alignments, functions are always clashing. It's almost like a tug of war within their soul. It's the only way to describe it. It's like having a constant tug of war in your psyche, in a sense. And but a lot of times, like I said, it causes a lot of confusion and angst in them as they go through their life. So they're constantly trying to find out about themselves. Now that leads me to these channels, people. That's what a lot of times is. That's one of the things that's wonderful about YouTube. I got to tell you is that YouTube is a format that where anybody can pretty much have a niche on anything, and we can have it's an unlimited universe as long as it follows under a certain guidelines and categories. You can pretty much do what you want that people are going to basically listen to you for. Now, being that these INFJ stations are out there that are dedicated to that, this is a particular one that INFJs are typically gravitate toward, is these type of MBTI channels, especially the INFJ, because it helps them. They can find out that they're not alone, that somebody else out there, that there are others out there that have their mindset and they think like them, and that they basically have something in common. They finally found something. Now that's true with me. I mean, that's exactly what happened to me. Is that I found out about my MBTI type right here on YouTube myself back almost 4 years ago. I just happened to be watching YouTube and an algorithm came up, and it was a YouTube video, basically about why are the INFJs like being on drugs kind of thing. And I started watching it, and it seemed to resonate with me. I understood it. I said, wow, that sounds like that's kind of like the way I am. And that was the first video I'd ever seen. Now I started watching more and more videos. I started exploring the MBTI type, especially INFJs. And I tried to figure out and try to learn as much as I could, watching videos, just watching different content creators, different videos out there. And every time I watched them, they seemed to reconfirm. But of course, I wasn't convinced for the longest time. I thought it's got to be something not quite right. So I started looking at just other videos that were variations. Like I went with the ISFJ, maybe. And I just went just a couple letters off, and I would start exploring these other different type personalities, and then just started hearing about what the typical personality is, and none of them aligned with me. The only one that did was this one. So I basically, Vamp Fox, good morning, Vamp Fox. Hello, how are you? I was hoping I would see you tonight. Well, good morning. But that's basically what happened with me. Was I started narrowing it down. I started looking at all these different types, and I figured finally it was just that. I couldn't be anything else but that. But still wasn't convinced. I finally took a test. It took me a couple of years later when I finally just went ahead and found a free test online, and I took it, and it was sure enough, it was that. Okay. I retested a few times. One time I was at an INTJ, and I think that's very common. A lot of times INTJs, INFJs that third function usually gets intertwined fairly easy. Just depends on a couple questions you ask, or the way you've answered that question in the test. That's all it takes. It might take one or two questions that just put you over into the T category. And that's all it is. But since then, I've taken more, and it was still INFJ. So, and of course, the one I take is they give you the turbulent or the assertive at the end. A lot of times we don't talk much about that, but a lot of times there's either a T or an A at the end, whether you're an assertive or whether you're turbulent. Turbulent is basically this. Almost all INFJs, most of them, a majority of them are the turbulent, which means basically what I had described to you earlier, people, about being very, feeling isolated, feeling confused, feeling kind of like you can't figure your mind out, like you go through a lot of pain and suffering in your heart through most of your life. And assertives are more like they get their act together a little more. They're the ones that make better decisions. They're INFJs, but they're like way more structured. All the structure, all the functions, they pretty much got it together. Not to say they don't get sad. Not to say they don't have those, but they seem to have their life in order a little better. You know, it's me. When I think of that, I think of like remember the Felix Unger type. Remember Felix Unger from the Odd Couple? If anybody remembers that show, who remembers Felix Unger? Yeah, he was always perfectly, he had all the perfect, suits on all the time, and he was immaculate, and he was very, very clean, and everything was in place, everything was in order. He was like not one thing was out of place. That's what I think is an INFJ A. Matter of fact, if you look up that character. I just for the heck of it, I looked that up. I said, what personality type is Felix Unger? Sure enough, he's INFJ. Now, if you ever look, he's very neurotic. He's very he's kind of obnoxious. He's always butting in with people's business and stuff. I mean, he's kind of like the irritating one. If you look at him, I think they overdid it a little bit. But also there's times in there where you could tell he goes through his bouts of like kind of getting weepy and going off by himself, and he talked about that a lot in that show too. So he was like a typical kind of a INFJ, I guess you could say. So, well, I have 4 now watching. Hello, 4 watching. I had 1 watching for the longest time, and sometimes I wonder, I'm like, is that really just a 1 as a courtesy? Does YouTube just throw that on there? Because I've never seen it be 0 watching. Maybe it is. Well, I don't want to find out. It's always 1. There's always 1 there, and then it goes back down. And so now I have 4. Well, that's awesome. So, but that's basically the rundown of how it goes there. But yes, like I said, I mean, we can always chat a little more, like Vamp Fox did. And this is somebody that's a familiar face out there. That's one thing I like about these lives. Is like, and I've said this before, is that sometimes you see people that come back, and you see people that chat with you, and they get to be old familiar faces and old familiar comments out there, and so you get to see the same name. Now you see a lot of new people come in too. They leave a comment, and that's always good. Sometimes you see people, and then you may or may not see them again, but that's okay. But but I do encourage you to introduce yourself, say hello, ask me a question about things. A lot of times you ask a question, and that just gets me into thinking. So that gives me something to focus on. A lot of times you just throw a little question in there, and my mind just goes right to like figuring it out. You know what I mean? So that's good. But bottom line is, yeah, that's basically what the personality is those functions. And if anybody's stuck around long enough, or if maybe you are a student of the MBTI, maybe this is your type, and maybe you're just trying to see who this guy is exactly. Well, this is pretty much it. This is it. Now, as you know, I mean, my channel, the INFJ Experience, as I call it, is it's all about eight months old. I started this channel about a year ago. Not quite a year. Last year, I believe in June, early June. I can't remember the exact date, late May or June. And I've just been putting out a couple of videos a week. I put out a whole series of shorts. And I was just trying to, and a lot of times what I do is I try to just base a lot of what I go through. I just base a lot of that on my own experience, on just who I am. Of course, I hear a lot of different, other content creators describing INFJs, and I must say, there's a lot of things that are typically, there's a lot in common. It is amazing how much in common the personality types do have with each other. I'm not saying we're perfectly in common, but it's close enough. Oh, Vamp Fox, I was catching up on Norway hockey. I take it you're watching the Olympics. All right. Hey, how's the USA team doing, by the way? Hey, does Australia have a hockey team? I mean, I didn't know. Is it? Now that I got you on the, now that I've got you here, Vamp Fox, is hockey something that is common in Australia down there? I know you have rugby. You have a lot of like soccer, which is your version of football. I mean, I'm sure that I know rugby. From what I understand, rugby's a real common one, but you get different sports. They are going good. Okay. So is hockey popular in Australia as well? I mean, I figure it's got to be a market for it, I would think. I mean, there's parts of Australia that must have regions that have cold weather like we do here. Maybe some of the northern parts, but whether or not they freeze their own ponds or whatnot, or freeze their own rinks outside, I'm not sure. But I would imagine that the Australians must like hockey. Hockey's a universal, like a world sport now. It's getting to be. So, yeah, personally, I drift in and out of sports every so often. I used to get into them a little more when I was married, a few years before. But I gravitate toward the Boston teams, like the Boston Bruins. Yeah, hockey team for the NHL. And, well, typically I do. Although I haven't watched much lately. Yeah, they were going good. Okay. So I take it that Australia has an interest in hockey then. That's good. Okay. Okay. But after saying that, after all that little small talk I just had over there, it's yeah. But bottom line is, like I said before, there's a lot of things we have in common within this personality, and some of the ones, some are good, some are bad as far as things we have in common. But a lot of times is that lifelong search of trying to find some kind of answers to our mind. Sometimes that's what our whole life, well, I mean, not our whole life, but a good majority of our life, especially it's the internal search that we have. Being that we're so into our head in so many ways and we're so internal, we spend a good majority of our life just searching, trying to find our true selves, our real selves, and trying to just understand ourselves. And a lot of times, that's the only place, that's all we really have. Because introverted people are very much into their own mind, into their own soul a lot of times thinking. But with an INFJ, they can feel overly alone, very overly isolated. INFJs can feel alone amongst other people. They can be in a crowd of people, having people around them and still feel alone. And a lot of times that's what INFJs say. And that seems to be something that they had in common. And I remember hearing that, thought, yeah, that's been most of my life. And this is the thing that causes our loneliness and our depressions in our life too. Honestly, I like going for other countries. I know we have 3 states that have snow in winter, but my state doesn't. Oh, okay. I take it you live probably further to the north, actually. Oh yeah, I forgot, it's backwards. In Australia, being that you're on the southern hemisphere, your northern part of the states is probably the hotter. It's hotter in the north. And while your southern states are closer to that Antarctica, they're the ones that have more of the cold, those southern states. I forgot about that. Everything's like completely like backwards to the United States. All the northern states up here are the ones that are cold. Being that I live in the Northeast, I've told you that before. I'm pretty much in the Northeast part of the United States. So I'm in New England. So I get I get the full brunt of winter. But hey, I still get the full brunt of summer too. Believe me, it gets warm in the summer. So I get all the 4 seasons. Oh, hello there. El Vagabond, 777. Good evening, Tom. Great to see you. And it's mutual for you there, El Vagabond. How are you? Well, I'm getting to see a couple of the old regulars coming on in here. I figured if I stuck around long enough, as I open up the chat, and if I just kind of hang around, I see eventually people start coming around, and they start coming on in here. So, I mean, I didn't announce this, obviously. Didn't make an announcement. I just said, hey, I'm going to go live. It's Saturday night, and I'm just going to hook it up and go. Van Fox, like for ice hockey, I like watching Norway, USA, and Canada. Okay. All right. Those are probably, I'm not sure how remember back in the 80s, gosh, the Soviet Union, that Red Army team was like unstoppable. You know, remember the whole 1980 Olympics. There was a whole story about how the United States ended up beating that team in the Olympics, and it made like massive history because nobody could beat this Red Army team. But I mean, that's a story in itself. I kind of remember being a kid. I was 15 years old at the time of that, back in 1980, and I remember when that happened. I remember seeing the highlight over and over and over again on, like the news on TV. They couldn't. They kept that going for so long. I mean, it was majorly significant at that time. So, but those are pretty good hockey teams right there. Yeah, the Canada and USA teams. I'm not sure who's the who's the best, but a lot of times, yeah, those are two of the better ones. And Norway, you got to imagine. I mean, Norway's a cold weather country right up there. In fact, a lot of NHL players like come from like that Norway, Scandinavia area as well. They draft them into the NHL and things like that. From what I understand, anyway. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. I'm glad you like watching some of the Olympics. I haven't really watched much of the Olympics myself. I did go to a pub over the last couple of, I think earlier in the week, and there was I saw the USA team playing the Germany team, and yeah, USA was weird. They were beating them. I did see that. I was just kind of keeping an eye on it a little bit, so I did see that. El Vagabond, are you an Art Bell fan? Do you have any paranormal experiences to share with us? Art Bell. I do believe Art Bell is, isn't it George Norrie now? Art Bell used to be the guy back. I think he passed away some years ago. I think he had health problems, and he's passed on. But it's now George Norrie who has that station, if that's right. And he also does it late at night. Now, I used to hear that show because it was on at night, and I used to do night work, and I'd hear that on AM radio. But have I had any paranormal experiences to share with you? Now, when you're talking paranormal, obviously, we're talking UFOs. We're talking about, yeah, maybe sighting animals or things that just don't belong, or maybe ghosts, any of that stuff. Not really. Not really. I really haven't had anything like that happen, only because I'm the type now El Vagabond. As much as I want to believe in that stuff and the possibility of extraterrestrials and life beyond our planet, I believe it's a huge possibility. And have they visited us? I don't know. Is it possible? Maybe, sure. But I personally have. Sometimes I look up at the sky. I mean, I've seen things that look like they're, lights that don't belong, and like you wonder what that light is. Like it's moving, but it's like, is it a plane? It's like, I mean, a couple of times I've looked up in the sky, thought I saw things that weren't right, but I really couldn't explain it. But I really couldn't prove anything either. You know what I mean? But not really. Now, let me ask the same question to you. Have you had any of those paranormal experiences? But typically, I'm a realist. I like to stay rooted in reality. And maybe it's just the way my personality is. I tend to be the type that needs to see proof. I know, as vast as my mind is and how deep our mind goes, as INFJs, a lot of times we're in our head. And of course, our vast intuition and our vast mind and basically the depth of our mind. I mean, we have a very rich inner world. It's been described that way, a rich inner world. You would think INFJs would be that way. Now, I've talked to a few on this channel through the course of since I've had this channel, and I know a lot of them. Some of them follow astrology, and they get into like the astrological signs, things like that, and how they affect people, and that's how they get some of their guides. I've talked to a few. Personally, I've never really got too much into that kind of thing myself. Not to say I don't believe it. I tend to be more black and white, concrete, like what my world is, if you can believe it or not. I mean, because I think it's a reflection of what my mind is. My mind is very deep, and as you know, we're INFJs. You know what your mind is like. You know what your thinking process does. I know where my mind goes. It goes all over the place. I start relating things to physics and science and metaphysics and things like that, and how I translate the way I see the world. Yeah, that's the way my mind processes things for this world. But you would think I'd be more, but the thing is, I have to stay rooted in reality. The way I stay rooted in my own reality is seeing and understanding what is believable, what's tangible in a lot of ways. But I wouldn't rule things out. I don't rule it out. But I need proof, if you can believe it. Intense dreams are the closest thing to paranormal that I've experienced. Yeah, but I was just saying things about, does the mind count as anything, like dreaming things to paranormal? I mean, that's what the mind is kind of concurring up. It's conjuring up. I would think paranormal would be something more on the idea of what the tangible would be, something that's real. But in so many ways, I get it, though. I understand that. A lot of times I don't have dreams. I had a couple of strange dreams. Sometimes you can't figure out this. Sometimes they're so random and bizarre, and you wonder where they're coming from and how did you think that? Like, what, you know what I mean? But that's probably the closest thing. If you want to count the mind as being anything paranormal, then yeah, there's some paranormal activity going on in the mind, the way I think, the way I told you how I process things. But never anything tangible. Nothing that I can that I can tell you about. I'm still waiting to see Bigfoot. People tell me there's Bigfoot and they see these big giant, but there's no proof. They've never found a shred of Bigfoot evidence. There's no DNA. They've never found a hair that they can't identify. They've never found a hide, a skeletal structure of Bigfoot. But people swear they're seeing them. I mean, these people have very convincing stories. They see Bigfoot. It's possible, but prove it. I'm like I said, I'm a prove it guy. Vamp Fox, I've experienced a few ghosts in my lifetime. And a lot that I can't explain. Oh, okay. And I just got a hidden harpazo. Hello. Just found your channel yesterday. Well, hello there. Hidden harpazo. Can I call you Harp? Or Harper? How about Harpazo? Well, I got to think of a nickname. Sometimes I got to think of nicknames. But yeah, how you doing? Hope just found my channel yesterday. Okay, so you didn't just find it today then. All right. So I take it you're interested in the MBTI, or in particular the INFJ mindset. Yeah, well, that's pretty much what we do around here. Listen, if you have any questions, if you have anything you want to ask, anything you want to talk about, just ask me. Because I try to interact with everybody as best as I can, as much as I can. Obviously, if the thing scrolls up, I might miss things. But if it stays slow, I can answer and talk to everybody as much as I can. So, all right. Like I said, so like what we're basically saying is, so Vamp Fox, you say you have seen ghosts or things you can't explain? I mean, literally, like. See, a lot of times people say they see ghosts. They can chalk those up to hallucinations. I'm not saying that happened. Trust me, I'm not. But a lot of time it can be chalked up that way. Okay? And those are easily explained away. But I'm not saying that. But I got to tell you, you want to talk about seeing ghosts? You know how many times you want to talk about the paranormal of the mind, though? Now, I lost my mom it'll be 5 years in April. And of course, I have a lot of memories of my mom growing up, and I know the way she raised us, me and my brothers, and some of the things she, of course, I still have memories of my mom. I mean, who doesn't? Every child has memories of their parents of as they grew up. But sometimes I swear at some points, I feel like I almost wonder. Like I ask questions like, is my mom, if she's in heaven, if she's conscious, does she have a connection? Does she know what I'm thinking? Does she know what I'm going through? Just like God would. You know what I mean? You ask questions and say, you see, you asked, but we don't know this for sure. We've been told all our life that there's an afterlife. People go to the afterlife, and of course, a lot of times we want to think that we're praying, and sometimes we're talking to our lost, departed people that are in our life, and we wonder if that they're up there watching us. Do they hear us? Do they know what we're thinking? I don't know. Or are they just nowhere? But I mean, these are questions I ask. But on occasion, sometimes you have a dream, something happens, or in some cases, somebody that their words come back to you years later, even after they're passed on, and you wonder if like they're meddling, they're influencing you even from beyond. Because there's been a couple of instances where I swear my mom's words have come back to me, and they've actually helped me immensely. Just things that clicked into place that she told me of that I remembered, and they came back to me. Okay, okay, Vamp, you've got especially ones that I had that remembered had my ex friend's mom driving me. I looked out of my window and seen a little girl on the side of the road. I thought I was seeing her brushes, her brushes. Seeing her brushed it for a second. Okay. Do you think? Okay. So you were looking out the window driving, and you thought you saw a little girl at the side of the road, and you thought you were seeing her. Is that bruises or brushes? For a second, I don't know if you got that. I'm thinking bruises or brushes. That doesn't make sense. Brushes. Do you mean bruises? Like, do you think maybe you think her ghost, like, was there? Sometimes you might find out like somebody who had passed on or died over there in some way, and then maybe that their spirit just doesn't leave. I've heard stories about that too. People see like their spirit where they passed on, or like that's what people think. Houses are haunted. People never leave. They're in a house, and their spirits live on in their house, and they swear they can see ghosts walking through houses or hear footsteps at certain times. Yeah. Strange things happen, and people swear they're happening. I know that. The stories are vivid to these people. It makes you say, I mean, these are people with sound minds that see this stuff. Yeah, I mean, something's going on there. But then my friend said she saw her too. Okay, so you had a friend. Now, what do you think that was a ghost? Like what I'm saying, you think that a little girl, did she get hit by a car or lose her life near that area, near that road? Was there a story though? You might want to research, and maybe if you find out. And but did she look like she was real, or did she look kind of illuminated? I mean, I'm just asking. Did she look like she was really there? And yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. A lot of times, like, we have things that we can't quite explain in our life. But as far as it goes with me, I thought the brushes, I thought the brushes passed out off. But then my friend, so we saw the same thing. Oh, okay. When you say, wait, in brushes, you mean like the bushes? You think you saw her on the side of the road in the bushes, you mean? Like the shrubs? Like that kind of thing? Is that what you're saying? And you thought, did you stop? Did she look like she was, I mean, was she young enough, small enough where should have been with her parents? We both found out it was a little girl that had passed there. Oh, really? See, that's what I mean. Passed. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. Passed. So there was that did happen then. And you're thinking maybe so the both of you saw her ghost at the same time. Were you riding together, or was it at separate times? Like you saw her once, and then somebody else did. What do you mean by that? I'm just asking. I mean, unless you were like at the same time. Fanfox, did you change your picture? I seem to remember you had a different picture. Did you update your cover picture? I can't. Okay. Yes, you did. Okay, yeah. No, that's a good possibility. Yeah, she did pass away. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there was one time. Okay, who asked me that question originally? That was El Vagabond originally asked me that, didn't he? She passed away, and no. Oh, you didn't. Okay, that you didn't update your picture then. Okay, I can't remember. It looks different for some reason. Hey, there was one time I'm going to tell you a story. I was I had a I, this was when I was living in San Diego. I had run away from home when I was about almost 16 years old, and I was living on the streets in San Diego. I've told you I ran away. If anybody is occurring to the channel, I've told a couple stories about my ventures as a kid as I ran away, trying to whatever, thinking that. Well, okay, I don't want to get too much into it because I'll tell you a story. I was in San Diego, and I was in like a small park in the middle of town. You know, it's just, it was there. It was daytime, broad daylight, and it was a busy part of town. But there was like a large. I think I was right on like a main drag, like a Broadway. It was like a 4-lane like main road. And across the street, there was this hotel. It must have been built in the 1800s. It was called the U.S. Grant Hotel. I'm thinking Ulysses S. Grant Hotel. And obviously, and it made sense if they dedicated it to the president, U.S. Grant. If anybody's familiar, Ulysses S. Grant was a president. He was elected in like the 1880s. And this hotel looked it was that old. Well, anyway, out in front of the hotel were these fire escapes, and they weren't just fire escapes, they were like staircases, and these staircases looked wide, like they could take probably 6 people at a time just going down the stairs. Like they were a good like 8 feet wide, and they were solid iron. They were just heavy iron staircases, and they looked as old as the hotel. And at the time, this is in the early 1980s, so yeah, I would say this hotel was 90 to 100-year-old hotel. Well, what was happening is they were testing them. Somebody was up there trying to test the locks or test the security. Well, all of a sudden, I wasn't looking over there. I heard a big bang, like a crash, a bang. And I looked over, and I saw that the fire escape fell. And I mean, it was a big cracking crash. But, of course, there was lots of traffic passing by. It was very heavy traffic, and there were cars parked on both sides of the street. So I couldn't see anything. But something told me, yeah, go figure, something told me somebody could be hurt down there. It's almost like I felt something. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe now that I'm telling the story, at the time, I knew something was off. I felt something. So I ran over to there. I cut through the traffic. I kind of ran over, cut through there, and I walked up to the fire escape. I saw like the downside, and I saw this fire escape. It looked like it cracked into the sidewalk at least 2 inches in, like it broke the cement, and it was just kind of cracked into the cement. And there was a body laying from like here down, just like laying there, And I knew, okay, that's somebody got hit, And then I walked to the other side. I looked under the staircase, and okay, for anybody out there with a squeamish stomach, you might want to turn this off or turn the volume down. Now, I'm going to just tell you as much as I can here on YouTube without going into too much detail. Let's just say his head felt the full brunt of this impact. And let's just say that it was one of the most disturbing sights I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I was a 16-year-old kid, and basically I'd seen this guy's head get squashed to the point where his brain was just literally laying on the sidewalk. I mean, I don't want to get too gross or too gory, but my point to this, Van Fox, is that now, as I was looking at this, now I was there in a matter of seconds. I looked inside like the cavity of his head where his brain should have been, and I thought I saw steam coming out. Yeah, steam, like, And I thought, well, maybe that's possible. You know what I mean? The body's like, as it's opened up like that, it's hitting the air and things are steaming like that. Now, okay, it went on. I was there a bit, and there was a couple other people like his friends. Somebody else, there was a man laying on the ground, and he was also injured, an old man, and his wife was kind of comforting him, and he ended up passing away too. But my point is that my point to where this ties in is like I told that story and I said to my mom, yeah, to my mom. I told her this years later after I came back home, and I told her about the steam part, and she said, "Did you know that sometimes spirits, when they leave the body, they look like vapor? They look like steam almost as the soul is leaving the body." And it's like sometimes people have seen that. And it says, I don't know. So I remember thinking, well, is that what I saw? Was I watching the spirit leave the body? Because it didn't continue to steam very long. It was just a short time, like a matter of like a second or two, maybe 3 seconds. It looked like it steamed as it was coming out. And I don't know. So, but the thing is, like you said, I mean, if there's any kind of paranormal, I mean, I could chalked up to, yeah, just the body temperature. That was just, yeah, the moisture coming out of the body cavity. It could be chalked up to that. But bottom line is, I mean, sometimes that's how it is described, seeing a soul leave a body. Okay? I told you, people, I've seen things some people should not have to see in life, and that was one of them. And I was a kid. I was an impressionable 16-year-old kid seeing that, kind of out in the run, out in the streets, and I saw that. Well, anyway, that was the story. Well, okay, so we have 8. We still have 8 watching here. We have 8 watching, and so we're getting into some interesting topics so far. Now, I wanted to ask, is everybody okay with, is everybody in a good frame of mind out there? I know a lot of times people are struggling, especially NFJs, a lot of times internally, and sometimes we do. But I got to tell you, people, sometimes you do reach a stage in your life. I've been experiencing it lately in my life, especially since I've started this channel, even especially before that, actually. Even after I've gotten divorced, I've spent a lot of time trying to face myself, trying to figure out exactly who I am. I got to the point where I feel like I've gone through my awakening. And it was a very stressful, very, very painful bout in my life. And I've explained this to you before, but about the awakening, about maybe just totally finding your true inner core, your inner self in a lot of ways. And so I think I've described that on this channel before. And I'm sure, Van Fox, you've heard my stories before. So is El Vagabond. Yep. I take one step at a time. Yes, of course we do. But I'm going to tell you, though, I'm at a stage in my life where it seems to be consistent, too, where my mind has gotten so much less chaotic. And I think maybe it's a stage of life that I'm in. Maybe it's because of just everything I've been learning, everything I've been experiencing, especially with this personality type. Everything I've gone through has finally started to simmer down a little bit. My mind, my soul, even some of my drives, my internal drives are just, they're tame now. Where I feel very contented as far as just like I don't need for anything. And I feel like, honestly, I live alone. And I've lived alone now since I've been divorced. And that's been going on 5 years. And this July, I've had this house for almost 3 years. And I've been alone. And before that, I was living alone for 2 years before that. So, and I've gotten to the point where I don't know if I could if I could live with anybody anymore, because I'm so content with my freedom of being alone. I don't know if I could, honestly. But that's just me. I mean, I've reached a stage in my life where, the contentment, the whole like state of just feeling completed is part of me now. I guess that's the only way to describe it. So I was thinking of that. It's like a lot of times I feel like, yeah, I feel content. Even being alone, I don't feel those conflicts as much as I used to when I was younger. But that's why I look back now on my past, and I can only say this from experience into the stage of life that I am right now, is that all those moments that we talk about, that we go through as INFJs, all those heartfelt sadnesses and depressions that we go through, and sometimes our isolations and everything we go through that we discuss. I can only say that these are necessary moments for you. These have to take place. You may not like them in the moment. As they're happening, no, you're lost. You're confused. You're searching. You're wondering. You're pining for something deeper than yourself. But you're going to reach a stage in your life. Hopefully, people, you all find this, that you find your awakening. You find your inner self, and you find some kind of completion in yourself. Then you will realize that all those were all stepping stones that led you to where you were. And if you didn't have those moments in your life, you would not find that state of completion, state of grace, as you might want to call it. Yeah, it's all necessary. And these stressful moments that we're taking, as painful as they are making you, molding you, shaping you into this powerful, independent soul that's completed. That's the only way to describe it, is that they are necessary steps. I mean, hey, like I said, what's the greatest comparison is go back to nature. I mean, like I said, I've used this example before. A tree, the biggest tree in the forest. Let's say these sequoia trees, these redwood trees, whatever you want to call them. These trees that are standing up straight, and the larger they are, the bigger around they are, the older they are. Of course, these are the old established ones. These are the big ones. The larger they are, they're older. Well, they wouldn't have gotten there without all the stress, without all the winters and the summers and the wind and these storms that they had to persevere in the course of their existence. And even the droughts. They've gone through bouts of droughts. They've gone through bouts where they've had, too much rain, depending on the rings as you get them, like the rings of the narrow rings or the fatter rings. When you cut the sections across on the life of a tree, you know what I'm talking about. You must have learned that in science. The rings in that tree. So you can see the patterns of where their droughts and where their dry phases were. Well, these droughts are stresses to that tree. They may go through a couple of years where they're in drought, but they have to somehow conserve. They preserve themselves. They limit their sources. Maybe they don't get as many leaves that year, but they're in stress. But they keep forging on. But typically, I mean, if it wasn't for that, these trees wouldn't grow as tall, as strong as they were. If they didn't have that constant wind stressing them, making them bend back and forth in the windstorms, this is their strength. Without that, they would not have reached these heights, and they wouldn't have grown as big as that. Their trunk wouldn't have gotten that strong because of it. Same thing. And you can go to many different examples on how stress is in the animal kingdom. Certain animals have stress. I mean, a prey animal wouldn't be as strong as it was if it didn't have the constant stress of knowing that it's being preyed on, that it has to get quicker reflexes, a quicker body, a faster body, stronger legs in order to outrun the prey animal. You see what I mean? The aging of the tree. The aging of the tree? Question mark. Well, yeah, basically, I'm drawing the comparison to, me. If you know me by now, Vamp, I'm just using that as a comparison as to our soul. That's what I mean. That stress that I'm talking about the tree we manifest all of what we see in nature and around us, and it's a reflection on what our soul goes through, on how our soul perseveres. I was talking about how we find a certain level of completion in ourself, and it's all these moments of these forging moments that we have as INFJs lead us to this part in our life of our awakening. That's what my point was. No strength without adversity. Okay. No strength without adversity. Boy, that's strong. What is that? That sounds like a slogan. That sounds like a real powerful, no strength without adversity. I can picture like somebody on a podium saying something like that, like an MLK or somebody. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like one of those rallying kind of a saying right there. Oh man. Oh yes. Yes. Yeah, but I guess I was actually thinking, should I cut a video about that and just talk about, I mean, the steps that we have to get to that point. We can't just have it handed to us. You can't just expect to have some kind of understanding of yourself without first forging through these times that you were confused that led you to that. Yeah. Sorry, I'm putting Legos together and listening. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'm just kind of talking as I go along. That's all, you know. And me, I'm just kind of facing the camera, sitting back, and I'm basically, well, I mean, I'm talking to you. Yeah, of course I am. But that's bottom line. What's going. So, what are you building there, Vamp Fox? What kind of Legos are you building? A Lego? What are you building? One of those Star Wars Millennium Falcons, maybe? Or maybe you're building a car. What kind of Legos are you building anyway? Or are you building one of those dream houses? I don't know. I'm not really into Legos too much, but I was a little bit as a kid, but not too much. Actually, I was getting too old when Legos started coming about. I think I was already like to the point where I wasn't playing with toys that much, if you can believe it. I know I sound old now, don't I? Legos got really, really popular in the 80s. And by that time, I was already old enough where I wasn't like a kid anymore, like given, toys to play with and stuff, No, that's what my partner is doing. Oh, okay. All right. But, no, as far as Legos go, I'm doing a little plant. Okay. All right. A little plant, huh? All right. There you go. Well, I used a plant analogy there for a couple of seconds ago, so maybe that'll help out a little bit. Yeah. But if anybody has anything they want to talk about, any questions about anything, anything maybe regarding a video. Now, listen, if anybody saw a video and maybe they want to talk a little bit about what I said, maybe I'll have a little bit of a clearer idea. If there was something I said they weren't clear on, ask me. This would be the time, and I will do my best to clear that up for you. All right, definitely. But as far as the INFJ Experience, the channel as it goes, I'm not going to tell you, people. It is an enjoying experience for me as far as that goes, and I just like to see the subscribers go up and getting closer to 1,000. Of course, there's always milestones and markers. Of course, the 1,000 is like that's like the monetization spot, and of course the amount of watch hours. There's certain levels they give you, so of course it's always something to strive for. And I see it go up. I do see new subscribers come in and new comments and things like that. Okay, hidden. Sorry for my late response. Been into MBTI for several years now. Okay, several years. Yeah, I'm fairly new at this myself, only because I got into it mainly because I saw a YouTube video with an algorithm, and I basically saw myself in an INFJ video, and I watched And then finally it opened up it answered so many questions, and I thought, I can't believe it. So that's what this is. It's a personality type. I mean, there's more people like that. I mean, it's just rare. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized this has got to be what it is. You know, I I got to tell you though, I've said this too before. I started watching lots and lots of videos here on YouTube. Some of those AI ones describing the INFJ. Some of them were so vivid, so accurate, so like right to the cut you right to the bone in a sense. I started sometimes they led me to tears. I mean, right there, just sobbing and crying because I finally was understanding that it was like part of it was, finally I'm getting answers to something. Something's finally resonating with what's in me. Something finally, because nobody could give you an answer growing up. Nobody really could figure you out or was giving you good advice, and you were kind of alone there, isolated there. Finally, you start seeing just videos describing these things, and then it's all of a sudden those are the answers I've been looking for. When I first seen you, I thought, I really like his hair and beard. Oh, geez. Yeah, well, I'm just doing that for the winter right now. If you look at some of my earlier videos, I'm very clean cut and very clean shaven. I actually did this for the winter. In fact, I'm actually kind of impressed at the way it grows. I never realized my beard got so thick as that. I never had it quite this long before. I mean, I've always had it just get a little scruffy, maybe a month, and then I'd shave it. But I just did it because, like I said, winter's here, and I work at night, and it helps the face it keeps the face warm, keeps it very warm, especially when it's 0 degrees outside or it's 10 degrees or whatever, and it helps. It definitely helps. I can say that much. So, yeah. So anyway, so where are you from there, Hidden? Are you from the U.S. of A? Are you from another country? I just was curious. Hidden Harpazo. I just didn't know. So, I mean, obviously you're in an English-speaking country, I would imagine. Either that, or you could be that English is the most widespread second language out there in the world too. I mean, there's so many students nowadays are understanding English and speaking it too, right? So a lot of times it's universal. In fact, I got a few people that were writing in from Istanbul. I actually had a couple of weeks ago somebody like came in and they said they were from Istanbul, which is out near like Tibet, Turkey, that Middle East part. And again, I mean but they're writing in English, so I mean it's taught in a lot of schools now. It's a universal language, so it doesn't always necessarily mean that, if you know what I mean. Yeah, but I wouldn't know that because I'm from Brazil. Lived in America for most of my life. Oh, from Brazil. Okay. Yeah. I actually went to Brazil for 10 days back in the 90s, late 90s. I don't know if I ever told you that story. I did. I went to Brazil and I went to São Paulo, and that's where I touched down. And there was a small town north of there called Campinas, and that's where she lived. I actually met I met a Japanese Brazilian woman here in the United States, and she went home, and I still kept a long distance relationship with her for a few months, and I decided to go visit her. And so I booked a plane trip. I had to get my visa, I had to get my consulate stamp and all that to go to Brazil. And of course, I went for 10 days. Yeah, and it cost a bit. I paid for the plane trip down, spent 10 days down there, and it seemed to go quick. But I remember just trying out some of the foods. I went to Sierra Negra, which was some place which meant Black Mountains. And I still remember I was actually trying to learn Portuguese. I learned bits and pieces of Portuguese. It's been so long now. I got to tell you the truth. I've forgotten almost all of it. I mean, I really no use for it, but I was starting to know it. I wasn't never fluent, but just knew little phrases and bits and pieces in Portuguese. But I did visit down there, but it was very eye opening too. Just going to a country like Brazil, yeah, and yeah, Portuguese is my first. Of course, it is. Of course, Portuguese is your first language, and I speak English. I forgot some Portuguese. LOL. Well, yeah, if you spend a lot of time living here in the United States, and unless you have family, or unless you are in contact with like a Brazilian community, where you have, like I said, family, you're gonna lose it. Yeah, you're gonna lose some of that language, or it's yeah because yeah you're only gonna and you're gonna gravitate more to the language that you're now native to. I mean that goes without saying. That's typical. Yeah. But uh, but that's interesting. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. So you're in the United States, but you're from Brazil. Yeah, yeah. I learned a lot of interesting facts about Brazil. I tried feijoada. Feijoada is a very famous. I guess that's like the national dish down there. Feijoada. It's a pork dish, and it's got like black beans, and it has a gravy, and it was interesting. I admit though, I used to like the food. See, I'm very open minded when it comes to like food, and I was like trying out all these different foods, and I tell you, I tend to find like foreign foods interesting. You know, I mean, I know they're different than most of American foods that we eat here, but I enjoyed a lot of different things from Brazil. I remember thinking how much different it was, but I liked a lot of it. I mean, I had some good experiences down there, but turns out, but let me finish my story. It turns out that I went down there. I was kind of a little bit naive almost 30 years ago. Now, this goes back about maybe 28, 29 years ago. I went down there. So I went and seen my girlfriend at the time. Now, she was Japanese Brazilian, and she ended up moving back to the United States. And a lot of times because her visa had expired and her mother had died, and there was a few reasons why she went back. But I had dated for her for a little while, and then she went back. But like I said, stayed in contact with her, went to visit her. But things started happening. It's just the relationship didn't last. I kind of just was seeing some writings on the wall with some of what her motives were with me, and I finally just said I didn't want to pursue having her come back. I mean, I was trying to see if she could come back to the United States, but the consulate was not allowing her back because she overstayed her visa, because she massively overstayed her visa. And she finally went home, and because of that, they wouldn't let her back in, basically. It was something on that idea. Because I guess she was studying English in the United States at Harvard. That's what it was. Well, long story short, I didn't pursue that anymore. So but now I just have a memory of going to Brazil for 10 days. That's the memory I got, you know what I mean? But, I only mention that because, yeah, you say you're from Brazil. Yeah, hey, I've been to Brazil, if you can believe it. Okay, hidden harp. I'm also a fellow alien, aka INFJ. Go figure. Like you are, but I usually gatekeep my type because in MBTI communities, I've frequently been met with, "Are you really sure?" type of questions, interrogations. Now, when you say gatekeep, you mean like keep it to yourself? You mean that kind of thing? I think that's what that means. Now, typically, listen, the only time I talk about this is this channel. This is my channel for this. I don't think I talk to anybody else outside of this. I don't talk to anybody about it. There's really no point outside of this channel. So yeah, it's probably best to do that. Just live your life. You don't have to tell anybody, because then when you start announcing it or telling people, then they start, like you said, "Are you sure?" You know what I mean? Then you get people saying, "Oh, what's the big deal? Whoop-de-doo," It's not that big a deal. So you're going to get that anyway. So what's the point? You just keep it to yourself. And this is why we have these channels. I mean, but the thing is that now that we have but if I was to go out into the world and find other INFJs and we talked about it, that we had something in common, then you could talk about it. But being that it's such a rare thing, you don't have that. That's what these channels are all about. Okay, is because as rare as we are, we tend to gravitate to these channels because we can learn a little bit about ourselves and have more of an understanding, and we get to bounce off of other people's ideas, figuratively. We get to hear other ideas and stuff. So we're always, learning more about ourselves, and that's what these are all about. Let's see. Yes, most other types think I want to be an INFJ to feel special, and I don't. Okay? Only in MBTI spaces, not people unfamiliar with MBTI. Okay. Honestly, I think a lot of times INFJs say that. They wish they weren't their type. A lot of times people, they hear about these INFJs and they hear about some of their intuition and how they can prognosticate the future. They can see future events, and they just think they're mystical, like these, with empathy. And they think, hey, I want to be one of those, Yeah, but if you're not one, and you got to understand the immense amount of anguish that goes along with this personality. And I think only other INFJs understand this. This personality is a difficult one to navigate. Very, very difficult, very complex. And as you know, there's so much internal strife that goes along with this personality. And a lot of times you get these other types that think that way. They don't know the internal strife of us. They just see all these stories, all these cool stories about how they're like Gandalf. Yeah, Gandalf, the INFJ guy, or like Obi-Wan Kenobi. They see these, like with the power of the Force and things. They all think, oh, those are INFJs. That'd be cool to be one of those. Yeah, but the behind the scenes, literally the behind the scenes of an INFJ is a very difficult navigated life, and we can all testify to that, people, and we all know that. Okay, so only the MBTI space is not unfamiliar with the MBTI. Okay, yeah, exactly. Just like I said, it's all basically that, But, I mean, most of the times, like I said, I wish you say something about you wish you weren't this type. I think I wish there was a switch. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it a majority of the time, but then again, I don't know anything other than what I got. You see what I'm saying? But it would be nice to occasionally have a switch where I could say, hey, today I want to be a little more extroverted and maybe a little more of a perceiver today, and maybe I could switch that on. Just kind of switch a dial and for a couple of days be a different type. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool personality, just to turn it off and become somebody, a different personality. I mean, I suppose that could just be, we can just kind of chameleon that. I mean, typically in a way, you could go in to say, well, wait a minute. In a sense, there is the chameleon ability in an INFJ. And if you master that chameleon, you can kind of do that in a way. And people would be completely blown away. They'd say, they wouldn't know that. Yeah, so in a sense, we can switch it off. I just thought of that. That's that whole chameleon thing, right? But literally, sometimes it's not just as easy as that. Just becoming a chameleon, it's not that easy. And thinking you're going to be somebody else, it's short-lived. It's like a burst of it's like taking a jolt of Red Bull. It's like it's okay for a little while. You can take the jolt of that power drink, and you feel all energized, and then you crash. You know what I mean? That's basically what your chameleon is. I mean, you feel like you find the right vibes of people. You're in an environment and you want to adapt. So you start picking up these certain emotions and you adapt. But a lot of times being that the INFJ is very drained, very much drained by these kind of things in their personality as well. These kind of interactions with a lot of people in their extroverted people would drain them. It's short-lived. And a lot of times after you have performed as your chameleon, let's just say, you crash. And usually the crashes are hard. Usually they can be, depending on how far you took this whole chameleonish personality, persona. The crashes can be. Okay, I've never really had an issue with it. I've always had people go, how do that? You've always had people go, how'd I do that? Oh, okay. Okay. So you never had an issue with it, but yeah. Never had an issue, huh? Well, the older I get, the less issues I have. I got to tell you that. Well, earlier, I must say, early on in my life, I was a very, very mixed up young man. Most of my life, very mixed up man. It's not till recently. It's not till I'm going to say in the last maybe 5 to 10 years of my life that things are starting. All the pieces are falling into place. But then again, I know I gotten older. I think one of the best things that happened to me was growing older, and I think that's true. INFJs start peaking. They start to. That's all I can say is that, yeah, typically, even as a child, okay, even as a child, you felt like you were okay. You were all right. I get that. Hello, Sheesh. Good morning to you. Good morning, Sheesh. Shishalaza. Oh, I remember that. I came down and called you Sheesh because I kept trying to pronounce your whole name and you were laughing. Remember that? And I finally said, okay, I'm going to call you Sheesh. Good morning. Ha, ha, ha. Hey, how is things going out there in Israel? This is my friend from Israel, if I do believe, right? Am I right, Sheesh? You are from the wonderful state of Israel, representing our Middle East friends out there. Oh, yes, still laughing. Yes. Okay. No, that's awesome. Yeah, we're just talking a little bit. We're just kind of chewing the breeze here, I guess you could say. By the way, feijoada is one of my favorite dishes to make at home. Yeah, I ate it. I mean, it was a very rich dish. I remember it very wholesome. Like it was filling too, very filling, but tasty, very tasty. Exactly. Sheesh, but keeping up optimism. Yep. And my half sister is Brazilian and Japanese. Yes. Okay. I guess there's a heavy in Brazil. Going back to you, Harp. Yeah, there's a lot of Brazilian. There's a strong Brazilian presence excuse me, and Japanese were in Brazil. I guess I understand after World War II, a lot of them either during or after it was after, of course, the Japanese Empire had kind of, a lot of people were leaving the Japanese Empire as it was getting too, let's say, over-intrusive, obviously. And a lot of them went to Brazil. That's what I heard. That was where their strong presence came from. A lot of them were leaving Japan, and a lot of them went to, South America, in particular Brazil. So they have that strong community down there. That's what I was told, and that's what I learned. It's a very common mixture of cultures, ethnic groups. Yes, right. I would imagine so. Yeah, I learned a whole lot about Brazilian cultures and geography. Of course, once I knew I was going to Brazil, I pulled out maps and atlases, and I wanted to know everything I could about Brazil. I mean, this was years ago, not so much now, but I still remember getting very, just trying to understand it. And then, because I was going there for 10 days. And of course, I was even trying to learn the language. I mean, like I said, it's been so long, but I learned phrases and things for a while, but still I had a lot to learn. I even brought back some money, the reals. I brought back some coins, and I think I had them for the longest time. Oh man, I had them as souvenirs. I even had money as souvenirs and things like that. So, yeah. But anyway, so it's it's good to see. Hey, we're all filing in here. Now I have 9. We're gathering up again. When I first started, I had 1. Yeah, maybe that was a token one. I don't know. But we're up to 9. And it's kind of going back and forth. But anyway, it's good to see there's some new faces. Now, Hidden Harpso, you're new here. You're welcome. And like I said, there's a few familiar names and things like that that I've seen before as well. But if anybody has any concerns, any comments, and anything they'd like to add, and as you know, I will be glad to elaborate on your ideas. Okay, as you know. All right. Yeah, but I'm trying to find a new idea for a new video too. Sometimes I gotta find ideas. I gotta find something to talk about. Like the last couple were pretty good. I talked about the balancing act. Has anybody watched that video? And I talk about how we just need to find balance within our functions, not to be too much into one world and not too much into the other. If anybody's seen that one, I thought that was a good one. And that would be something really worth, maybe looking into. I basically talked about, and I believe I was just putting Carl Jung's philosophy into my own words, just making it just down to earth. Okay, is a lot of times we drift into different realms. I know I did, where I kind of went into I isolate. I would self-isolate. I remember going through stages where I would spend weekends just staying home and having the shades drawn and just staying home and being isolated, not wanting to talk to anybody. Of course, I'd go to work the next day, but I would go through like several weekends where I would just isolate. And then, of course, the FE would drift, and I'd start drifting back into trying to connect with people. I'd meet a girlfriend. Well, maybe meet a girl. And I went through a lot of times I was kind of, playing around, the playboy. Back in my 20s and 30s especially, I would meet women and have quick romances with them until I couldn't take it anymore. And usually they were quick flings. I could not maintain a good long relationship. So then after that would happen, things would happen. I mean, eventually the relationship would break down or end. And then I'd go back into isolation. And then I'd go through these repeat the same thing maybe. So I would drift back and forth, go to the sensing world, go to the introverted world. Now these are extremes that I think a lot of times we end up doing through our life. And so what I was trying to say is as we get more mature, as we get more experience with our life, we got to find more of a balance. We have to basically live in our inner world, live in our spirit world, but also maintain reality. We have to be rooted in our senses as well. I mean, basically maintaining our extroverted sensing, which is inferior. A lot of times, we just have to stay rooted in reality. We just have to make sure that we're functioning as we are. I mean, we got to just maintain our jobs, maintain our lives, maintain our hobbies, our whatever it might be. Maybe our friendships, depending on what we do. And we got to, kind of focus on our outer world and maintain that. Even if it comes down to just telling yourself you got to focus on a task, you got to put your mind out of yourself, and you got to focus, and you got to make sure you get those tasks done, because we tend to drift even when we're doing something. I've noticed we could be doing a task, and a lot of times our mind is just lost. We're thinking. Our mind is still introverted. It's thinking. And a lot of times you have to draw yourself back into your world, your extroverted sensing. That's why it's inferior, because we're there so much first. So I guess my point is we need to find that balance in our life. And not only that, it works also with our introverted thinking and our feeling. We have to make sure that obviously we have a good balance of can't be too emotional, too sensitive, but we also have to have that rational side along with our logic, along with our introversion, and keep it in the sensing world. We got to kind of keep balances. And not, like I said, as younger INFJs, I think we tend to drift into different realms. Like we get really caught up in this side of our function, into our mind, and then we get too caught up into our world sensing as well. All right. Okay. I'm going to check out some of these. Okay, it's very common. Okay, I plan on watching all your videos, and the balance one was the most recently watched. Yeah, it's okay. That's a pretty good one. It's basically, I just elaborated a little bit on what it is, but that's basically what it is. And the most latest one is called. I kind of made it. I hope the thumbnail. I was wondering if I should do this. I kind of made it. It looks a little bit disturbing. If you look at the thumbnail, I wanted it to draw you in. And they tell you on YouTube, you got to have a thumbnail that draws you in. But it has a lot of like half faces and like out in space. And there's one where I'm kind of like doing one of these, and it says finding your authentic self. Basically what Carl Jung said. I mean, authentication, about individualization, about what we INFJs, what introverted intuitives especially go through the course of their life. They find their true self. And that's what a lot of our conflict is about. A lot of the times, because we have so much going on in society, so many things are just trying to shape us and mold our minds and our opinions, our ways of thinking, our moral conduct, especially our moral conduct. A lot of times society does that. It takes what we know is a moral code within ourselves, what we know is right, what we know is proper, decent, and it tries to tell us we're wrong for thinking that. No, you got to think more like this. This whole worldly thinking about things and is the way to think. And if you don't do that, then you're a phobic or you're a hater, things like that. A lot of times we have to recognize that for what it is. We have to recognize this is social cultural conditioning, that we're steered that way to believe these things. And but when you start finding your inner true real self, you start seeing that these things are what you've been indoctrinated into you. And now you start, as you begin to find yourself, these things basically, you see them for what they are. You can see them, and then you start thinking and believing the way you were intended to, as a human being, as your connection with God. Now, I do get spiritual too sometimes. I mean, I don't like to think I'm not constantly praising and preaching God all the time, but there is a spiritual aspect to this, to an INFJ. Maybe with me it is. I can't speak for all of you, but I do believe there is a spiritual component that drives us as well. That's one thing I think maybe they could have added to I wonder if they should have added that to the MBTI. I actually thought of that. Having some kind of instead of like, are you more of a spiritualist or are you more of a worldist? Like where you think worldly, you think you're caught up in like your senses of the world, or do you have a spiritual concept? And where are you deriving most of your thoughts? Are you absorbing by the world, or are you spiritual? I thought of that as like you see what I mean, as another kind of a function. I don't know if you can quite go that far, but I think a lot of times our alignments kind of gear us into that kind of thing. I think a lot of times that's a natural just I'm trying to think of the right word, direction. Just a natural direction of where we might go anyway, as far as that. But okay. Let me get caught up in some of your comments. I got carried away again. Sheesh, I heard we're magnets to them. Ha ha ha. Okay, to who's that? Narcissist. Okay, must be talking about the narcissist. Okay, I think I'm gonna. Let me see. Fudgewater. Okay, sheesh. We had some tension here with Iranian attacks and lots of aircraft carriers docked here. Yes, I have been seeing some of the news. There's a lot of tension going on. It's, you know what? That's one thing. There's a lot of tension in the Middle East. It's very a volatile place. Yes. Let's see. But keeping us optimism. That's good. All right. Hidden harps. And my half-sister is Brazilian and Japanese. Yep, I do remember that. It's very common mixture of cultures and ethnic groups. Yep, I saw that. Sheesh. I would love a video about how INFJs deal with narcissists. Okay. I got to get into that. All right. There is one eventually I'm going to have to, I was actually thinking of that too. I have all my videos. They're all just in one solid line. I think I got to, I think there's a way of cleaning them up and putting them into categories like 5 videos about this, 5 videos about that. At some point I really got to get into that and start, putting them into categories. But I do have a video. It's called "Dealing with Toxic People." If you're ever interested in that one, I mean, it's just my take. It's just me talking about dealing with narcissists. A lot of times it's just I can tell you a little bit about that, Sheesh, while we're here. Okay, what are you talking about? Okay, Harp. I'm in the self-isolation phase, but I have been unintentionally becoming kind of popular at my home gym. Hey, there you go. So you're isolated a bit, but you're working out. But you're staying in shape. That's a good thing. I'd like to have a home gym someday. I mean, I don't. I have a small house here, but as far as dealing with toxic people, I'm going to get into that with Sheesh for just a minute. Now that you got me onto that. But like I said, I do have a couple in my inventory. One of them is dealing with toxic people. Okay, in particular, if you want to look that up sometime. But I'm going to say one of the main fundamental things you have to know about a narcissist or about people that are trying to, basically what they're doing is they're trying to get a reaction out of you. A lot of times these people are so toxic and they thrive on they thrive on pulling. They're almost like an empath, but they're like a dark, instead of, they're drawing, they're pulling. They're like trying to get a reaction and pulling your energy into you. While empaths, typically INFJs, we just detect them. We absorb them by being in a proximity with somebody, typically, or we detect them. But narcissists are trying to inflict your energy, trying to inflict an emotion out of you that they can feed off of, almost like. Yeah. Now, so they're basically looking for a reaction. Okay. Now, how does a narcissist typically work? A lot of times they gravitate towards, let's say, levels of authority. A lot of times they do this for this reason. Maybe they become a boss, a manager, a CEO, or maybe they become a police officer even. Sometimes you may find it. You may find out that even just people that are law enforcement, I'm not saying they all are. No, trust me, they're not all like that. But I'm saying they're drawn to things like this, where they have an authority over people, where right away they have that edge over you. And a lot of times they can do that in order to, to basically inflict their take their energy from you by inflicting and trying to scare you, intimidate you with their authority figures. See, a lot of times they're drawn to that. Even nurses. Sometimes you hear about. Now, I'm not saying all nurses are bad. And I'm not cutting nurses down. Now, don't get me wrong, people. I'm not generalizing people in general, but they're also people that have basically a pull on you. They're taking care of you. And if you don't act a certain way, if you don't present a certain way, they won't treat you as nice, if you know what I mean. It goes with a lot of this authority figures. I'm talking about all of them. Now, after saying that, it's not always that, but a lot of times this is what they're drawn to. But how do you deal with them? Basically, a lot of times you have to mirror them back, and you have to kind of actually be just one step above them. I mean, and above all, never give away an emotion. Never give in to what they're doing. Never react the way they want you to. You don't want to invoke a sense of fear or a sense of intimidation or a sense of anger, that you're angered at them. They feel it like an empath, but they're absorbing it. They absorb it, but it's like it's giving them a charge. That's basically what we got to make sure, is that we make sure that we're not giving them that energy. But a lot of times it's just recognizing who they are and kind of using psychology, using a kind of a way of just telling them almost like, I see what you're doing. I know what you're doing, whether they want to admit it or not, in such a way. And you're not going to I'm not going to give you what you want. It's a kind of a mindset that you have to have with these people. A lot of times it's that whole cerebral, psychological mindset that you're not going to give up this energy they're looking for in you. Okay? And, sometimes you could just point out a certain thing, or like, if they say something that contradicts, a lot of times they may just say things just to say it. And a lot of times you just have to remember what they say. They may deny it. They'll gaslight you and say, I never said that. I didn't mean it like that. You're taking it the wrong way. So there's so many ways that they just twist things. And you just have to basically say, no, I don't think so. You meant it the way you did. And let it be known at that. And if they, don't let them gaslight you, because they do. Yeah, it's kind of funny. They just have a way of... they're never wrong about anything. They're always right. They see themselves as like the center of the universe in a way. I mean, these are true narcissists. A lot of times we throw that term narcissist on people just because somebody might act a little arrogant or act a little bit haughtier than other people. But a true narcissist is actually, a little bit more rare. At least it used to be. Maybe nowadays, the way the world is, I mean, maybe narcissism is just almost encouraged in some ways, especially here in the United States. You see, it's almost, in some ways, it's encouraged to be that way. Like it's a sense of like flex and power. But that's basically what I think is what it is. I mean, you have to, especially like I said, there's certain occupations they gravitate toward, authority figures, and also it's just. You just have to understand what their modus operandi is. In other words, seeing beyond the surface as we do, and just understanding what they're doing. Now, what I described of it is all strictly emotional, psychological. Now, as INFJs, we understand this. But bottom line is you have to make sure you never give them that emotional reaction. You almost have to become almost stoic around a narcissist. You almost have to have no emotion. And when they say something hoping to get a rise out of you, it just doesn't. You don't flinch. It's being that, but it takes a lot of practice, and it takes a lot of just understanding yourself. And a lot of times, I mean, you can see when they get agitated, when they don't get what they want, they'll get louder, a little more abrasive. Sometimes they just, it's like they're looking for something they can't get, and it's like they kind of, in a way, throw a cerebral tantrum in some ways. At that point, you just shake your head and laugh. I mean, there's just little ways. You got to just be a little bit above them. You just have to be psychologically a little more, like you're a step above them, like in chess. You're seeing it. You see the pattern. You've already figured out that these people are like that. And you're always having to just make sure that you're never giving them what they want, okay? And don't get them, and above all, don't let them get away with gaslighting. Just say, well, maybe you see it that way, but I see reality. Little one-line phrases too, with a confidence behind you. You know what I mean? Well, I know what you're trying to show me, but I see reality. I mean, I'm just using an example. These are just little ways on how to deal with them. It's all very cerebral and psychological, Okay, let me look at this here for a minute. They're kind of like energy vampires. Yes, that's what it says. And we have an endless emotional supply. Yes, which we typically do. It's just funny how easy it is to target people like us and wonder if there's some preventative measures to that. Well, like what you said, what I'm telling you right now is basically, this is an advanced thing that I think that INFJs have to realize, that we have to control and be above these emotional sensitivities that we typically have. A lot of times that when we're younger. Matter of fact, I just came up with another video I can suggest to you, sheesh, is one I came out. It's a fairly new one called How to Be an Emotional Vampire Slayer. It may sound funny, but it's got me in a kind of a black jacket and a black hood, and I look real dark, and I'm holding a knife. I mean, just for the thumbnail. But you got to watch that. It's on how to deal with narcissists as well. That's another one I just remembered. Okay? Yes, sheesh, because can't always tell if someone is a narcissist, especially covert ones, until it's too late. Yeah, they kind of play into you. They kind of play into your emotions a bit. They kind of let you think they're good, and then Once you get let in, then they start this. They change. I know what you mean. Yeah. Vamp Fox. Indeed, they are very toxic people. Absolutely. All right. Sheesh. Stone walling is a good situation. Yeah. Yes. Stonewalling. Stone whaling is a good situation. Yes. I'm not sure what that is exactly, Sheesh. Maybe you can elaborate on what that means. True narcissists have a pattern. Yes. Vamp Fox. No emotions. Sheesh. Got to turn a bit into an INTJ in regards to them. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're actually, well, yeah, they have almost INTJs are like they're like one of the most, they're like the Mr. Spock types. I mean, gosh, yeah. I'll check those videos out. Yes. Okay. I see you see me. Hello there. 369. Hi, Tom. Hi, this is why I'm working on shadow integration. I was too light. Okay. All right. See, we get into deep stuff around here too with this, with these talks, don't we? Yeah, but no, definitely. Like I said, sheesh, those are the two that come to mind. And like I said, this new one, How to Be an Emotional Vampire Slayer, is all about exactly what I'm talking about. But like I said, actually that's actually gotten quite a few views, and I just put that out about 3 weeks ago. Right? That might help you out a little bit. Okay. But that's basically on how to deal with them. It's all just in how you react and don't react. But a lot of times they're looking so much to drain you, to take your energy and stuff. And yeah, there's no doubt. I had a manager like that back years ago who was very narcissistic, and yeah, I got to the point where I started just telling him when he was giving me things to do that I just thought were, or the way he addressed me a certain way, I tell him, listen, until you say, hey, Tom, talk to me like a human being, I don't talk to you. But I got work to do. I got work to do. Yeah, but until you address me as a human being, I'm not talking to you. And then I'd walk off. I mean, he'd have work to do. And then, Tom, I need you to do, then he'd humble himself a little bit. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. He'd let himself down. He'd humble himself just enough. And then I'd take the job. And then I'd snap it out of his hand the way he did it to me earlier. And then he'd look like, so I'd mirror him. I'd do little things like that. Like he'd snap paperwork out of my hand when I'd hand it back to him. Well, when he would hand paperwork to me, I'd do it back to him and say, and I'd look at him like, how do you like that? I'd give him that little stare and like, how do you like it? And he didn't. You know what I mean? So I had little ways of doing stuff like that with a boss. I had that experience, but it seemed like it was starting to happen naturally. Like, I mean, but early on, I got to admit, I did get kind of, I used to lose my cool with him. I would lose my temper sometime with him. Early on, I did, but as I started dealing with him through the years, as I got older, I started learning on how to deal with him better. And well, that was a long time ago. But that's why I say I think they gravitate towards position of power, of authority over you. You've ever noticed that? A lot of times that's what they do. Sheesh. Hidden Harpo, do you know the MBTI type of your close friends and family? How are your dynamics with them? Okay, hold on. Let me check out some. You're asking if I know the dynamics of my other family. I got to tell you the truth. They're Harpo. Then I'm going to call you Harp as a short, okay? I believe my mother was an INFJ. She's passed away, and she was, I hadn't really had a lot to do with her in probably last 25 years. I mean, since I moved away, since I went off, I didn't see her much. And then she eventually got old. She was 32 years old when I was born. I was her last son out of 5. So she was already in her 30s. She had my 4 brothers before me. So she was already getting older as I got older. But my point is that from what I now know about the MBTI, from what I know about what INFJs are, And I know the way my mother was. I believe, I've said this on this channel a couple of times. I've told the story that my mother, I believe she was an INFJ. I don't know what else to classify her as, because she had all of the, she was all of that. She had that certain stare in her eyes, and she loved deep conversations. She was very sensitive, yet spiritual, very, very spiritual. She used to talk about deep stuff all the time with me and my brothers. And so, I mean, she had a lot of the characters of an INFJ. My mother did. And I, like I said, I don't know what else to character her as. And as far as my brothers go, I mean, I have a brother. My late brother Jimmy was very extroverted. He was more like the ESFP type, very spontaneous, very extroverted. He passed away. I've told a story how he lost his life about 36 years ago. Long story there. My oldest brother Fred, he was a little bit more extroverted. He'd be, yeah. My twin brother is an ESTP. Really? So, I mean, you're talking about identical twin brother? You're an INFJ and he's an ESTP? Complete opposites? Talk about like yin and yang. And now you're talking about identical, or what's that other one? I can't think of that name for the ones that are non-identical. That's amazing, though. You got two brothers sharing what, the same DNA? If you are identical twins, you separated from that same, and you're two different personalities. Okay. But the thing is, I think my father, if I was to classify my father, I would say STP. Yeah. And my mother was an INFJ. Yeah, they ended up breaking up after 16 years. They divorced when I was 3 years old. And my father was like the type, he was, yeah, it was all about, how strong he was and how physical he was and how, he had a lot of that. And he was very braggadocious. I knew he was extroverted. He had an extroverted personality by no doubt. I don't know how much of a planner he was, but I'm only putting him into that category because I know he was very, extroverted and sensing. I don't think he was too much of an intuitive type. I'd say he's definitely more ES. And thinking, I'd say I'd put him as a T because I didn't see a lot of, there was no like emotional side that I've ever seen out of him. He was very like, just, thought about him, it was very like inner thought, Braggadocious, the INFJ dictionary, love it. Yeah. Yeah, braggadocious. Is that like an actual word? I mean, I've heard that said, braggadocious. I think it's a kind of an invented word. Maybe you don't. I see you see me. I'm trying to remember where you were from. You were not from the U.S. I'm trying to remember where you were, what country. You told me before. I can't remember. Sometimes I like to know where everybody's from, But yeah, no. But I just mean you like to brag a lot. He was very much like he would just love to talk and talk about himself a lot too. So that makes me think he was ESTP. My dad. Well, my mom was the INFJ. But whether or not it's hereditary or not, I don't know. They can't prove that, but there's a good argument for it. Possibly could have a sense of inheritance as well as to why personalities could be passed down through genetics. I've actually asked that question before. If it's not always, you're in the U.S. Okay, I couldn't remember. I see you, see me. You're in the U.S. All right, got that. I just know there's some people from other countries and stuff like that, and some are everywhere. Okay, but yeah, but that was to answer your question there. Your brother's an ES, like twin brother. No, but is identical twin brother, and you're two different personalities, huh? Imagine that. So you got a twin brother, and you got two polar opposites. Huh? I guess it's possible. Anything's possible nowadays. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad we're asking questions here, and we're touching on a lot of different subjects here, a lot of different elements going on here. And I see a lot of new names here. I'm glad to see some new names coming in here. All right, that's awesome. All right. Yeah. Actually, I've been noticing too that, I'm trying to make sure that I see some other channels out there. Occasionally I do watch other INFJ channels. Occasionally I watch Wennis. If you ever heard of Wens, I used to have a crush on her. When I first got into MBTI, she was one of the first. Matter of fact, she was the first one I saw. One of the videos that I happened to get an algorithm into was her. And that's when I started watching her. Yeah, you watch her as well. I do watch her sometimes. She talks a lot about relationships with other people. She's very much into dealing with people and relationships, family members, how you're dealing with people, how you're making other people feel, and how they're making you feel. And she's very much into she's very almost extroverted in a way. I mean, she's always talking about dealing with people, and she's got I think now she's got a course on relationships. She's very much trying to steer people into healthy relationships, marriages, things like that. Now, so Harp, you like that too? Yeah. I'm kind of I was trying to think of myself, what do I talk more about? I think, and then of course there's Jay Scott. Have you ever heard of him? INFJ Circle. He's another cool one. I watch him sometime, and he talks more about just he's more he could tell he's more introverted. He just talks about how he dealt with people and what he remembers. He talks about a lot of different things and just what he's feeling of what's the world, the state of the world, and where things are going. How the world has changed, and he does a lot of these sit-down chats, and he's pretty cool sometimes. I watch him once in a while. And then, of course, you got that FJ, Frank James. He's this guy's up here. I don't know. This guy, some of his earlier videos, he'll sit and he describes things and he talk about INFJs, talking about 6-7 years ago, his earliest videos. You could tell he's different. And then he started doing those funny videos where he would be all the different 16 personalities who put the paper on there, ISTJ, and then he starts in his scripts. The guy's talented, but he's more of and he cracks me up. That guy's hilarious too. FJ, Frank James. Yeah. Yeah, you like his earlier videos. Yeah, they're all he does a lot of INFJ stuff. He's just, he tries to describe it in his own way, his own personality. But he makes sense though, the way he describes early on. I like his earlier videos more. Not to say I don't like his other stuff. I like his funny ones. Occasionally I watch him and I'm laughing. He's very entertaining, that guy, especially what are the 16 personality types and flavors of soda? Then he it could be grape soda, and he'll do a whole thing on or beverages. He'll do one is water, one is Coca-Cola. I don't know where he comes up with it. And then he's got these scripts that are each one. So I mean, very talented though. Frank James is so funny and relatable. He's got a good thing going on. Yeah, but also, yeah, he's very successful too. The guy's he's got well over 1 million subscribers, and he's very he's made a business out of his whole channel. His whole channel, if you look at his whole page, I mean, he's got links, and he's merchandise. He's a merchandiser. He sells his t-shirts. Stay cool and attractive. That's his slogan. Remember that? And so he's got mugs and stuff. He's got all that whole thing. So he's made a business. He's probably, he's successful in that way. But yeah, he definitely put his whole YouTube thing right to work for him. But I do watch that, and then there's some. Those are the 3 big ones that I see that are the major ones. Is those 3 that I see a lot that are individual. Then I see a lot of smaller ones out there that are do a lot of shorts and stuff. I guess you got to think of me. I'm kind of a new smaller guy right here, But I also got to find something that, it differentiates myself from the rest of them. And I think, well, just be yourself. I'm not trying to be, it's okay, I mean, what do I talk about as an INFJ? Well, I think a lot of what my focus is is our inner struggles. I try to focus on understanding and finding like ways that we can just face ourselves, just understanding that it. I go into the spiritual. I like to think I hear a lot of these other ones. I don't hear them getting too spiritual. Maybe they touch on it a little bit. I don't know why, but or where they go or what their beliefs are. Maybe they don't put that into their channel, but maybe they could or should, because that's a lot of times I think is relatable with INFJs is there's a spiritual element in them. I know I've always had that. My mom was like that, and and when I started talking that way, I see a lot of the responses. There's a lot of times the spiritual element comes out in many of you, and that's when I says, yeah, maybe they're craving that because that's an element that we have. But I don't want to focus totally on that. So I got to have that to be like a part, as an element. And of course, I want to focus a lot about understanding our behavior, understanding our mind, just figuring out our mind. I mean, just understanding it. And I think I'm at a point in my life, and I think maybe it's just the age that I am in my life, and living my life with this type and going through the struggles, basically as we all do, has finally just led me to this point. And I thought, well, okay, I'm ready for this channel. What do? I'm going to try this. And this is my first channel, like I said, 8 months into it, and this is where I'm at. But I mean, that's a lot of times of what I had to do, is to just make sure, just be yourself, and really focus on what I've even threw little polls out on some of my posts, like what is the best thing? Would you want more humorous videos, more, just things about, I can't remember what some of them are, but a lot of them said just understanding the mind, understanding like basically what makes us tick. I think a lot of times that's what our most, just understanding our functions and how they are. So we're not so lost and sad a lot, because a lot of times we go through a life very sad. There's so many sad elements and confusing and depressing elements about our life, and I think a lot of times INFJs want relief. They want to figure out a way, figure out their mind, so they're not like that anymore. They finally found their next level. So that's what I focus on. I really enjoy listening to the INFJ detachment clause. Oh, on my way to work today. Oh, you heard that one, the detachment clause. That was just recently. That was the one where I split my face in half. Oh, yeah. Detachment clause. Oh, I'm just trying to remember what I said in that one. What exactly? Some of them I know right off. I have to think about this one. Yeah. Oh, I think I kind of remember how basically we have, like I said, we have the two major elements in our character. Yes, we're very empathetic. We have that we have that side of us that's sensitive. We have that emotional side. We have that giving side to people. We have that side of us that is helpful and basically. To others, basically, with that nice, helpful, somebody that'll listen to you type. But once we feel slighted in any way, and I think I said that INFJs typically, where they cross the line is when people don't appreciate that. When we sense that somehow people are taking that for granted, man, people are just they're kind of using us for that, where they're not really appreciative of our efforts. And that right away is a deal breaker. I think that's what it was. And how fast the INFJ can go from, I mean, it might build up a little bit. It will build up, but they start closing down. They may start seeing that, and they start pulling away. They start detaching. That's what the detachment clause was. They detach slowly. They give people a chance. Maybe they address it and say, hey, you should be a little more thankful or appreciative. And they might say, yeah, but their actions say different. So that's just the one more. They detach. And then all of a sudden, when they're detached, they become these ice cold, door slamming, basically people that just like that are like completely opposite of that, warm, caring, somebody that lets you in, like they can just cross a line, cross a border, and become that, and all of a sudden, almost become ruthless in a way. Then the door slam. By slamming, like basically closing a door on somebody, emotionally, figuratively, of course, and having nothing to do with them again. And if you ever do bump into them, you're not the same. You're not inviting anymore. You're kind of very aloof. There's a wall between you, figuratively, forever. That's that detachment clause. How quick, like that, just the polar opposites, how they're these conflicting poles that come out. Yeah. And I think the INFJs are like almost exclusive to that. And I think I also addressed too that is so mind blowing to most types, especially extroverted types, that that there's a certain connection to people that they have that they depend on. A lot of times, most other types, most of course extroverted, maybe sensing types, and I can't say all of them, but most types you can tell there's a certain level of a connection that they think that is unbroken, and if it is, it's devastating, especially the way it is. If it's not on their term, if it is not on their term, it's usually is when it's devastating. If it's on their term, if anybody does it to you, yeah, it's on their term. It doesn't bother them, right? Then it's you that's going through it when you're the one who gets rejected, right? But when it's not, and when it's so brutal and so like it isn't even just like a friendship afterward. We're not the type to be just friends. If it's done, it's done. Yeah, but you're right. That was basically what I think that's what that video was about. How quick we are, like two sides of a coin, heads or tails. There you go. An INFJ. Okay. As an INFJ who's a bit more vested in introverted thinking, okay, I love discussions like those because sometimes I'm quick to withhold the benefits of my extroverted feeling behaviors. You're quick to withhold the benefits of my extroverted feeling behaviors. Yeah. Okay, so extroverted feeling behaviors, like I'm trying to think of extroverted feeling behavior. Do you mean like I'm trying to think like just what exactly that would be? Like your need for pleasures or things like that. What need for like outer stimulations? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. That's all I can imagine. An extroverted feeling behavior is everything from the senses world, basically. Your senses, and whether or not it be how much you spend on a shiny new object, or what you do with your girlfriend behind closed doors. I mean, kind of thing. I mean that could be your feelings. Yeah, a lot of times you're not going to say, oh, I really like to do this. Like at this, I really like to do that. I like to ride a roller coaster because it gives me all right. I guess I could see that. Yeah. In short, I go cold and indifferent. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm the type too. I don't really lead on too much on what I like to do either. I usually keep to myself on a lot of things. I usually talk to people, especially people that I don't know very well. Very businesslike. I mean, I'll be like polite, cordial. I mean, likable. I mean, I treat them with respect, but I'm kind of businesslike with people, especially early on when I know them. Okay? But I mean, it's always important just to be respectful to people. But you don't lead on. You don't tell them anything about yourself. Usually you get to know people a little better. You see them more than once. You let them in a little more. You unravel a little bit more about things. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. And typically they might too. You learn a little bit more. Yeah, but I think that's typical. So, all right. Cold and indifference. Yeah, but back to the channel though. As far as the as far as the progress of the channel, I mean, after I crossed the 800 subscriber mark, I mean, every time I cross another 100 mark. In fact, I did that last week. I was right on a broadcast, and I was close. I'd started. It was like 797 or 8, and when I went live, and I kept a tab on the subscribers. And while I was in the middle, a couple hours later, it went up to 801. I says, "Hey, everybody, let's say," So I just said, and then I just did that. But it's always good because they tell you just never give up. You gotta just keep making videos, keep making content. Don't give up, and also, make sure that you do lives. You gotta be interactive with your audience, with everybody. Congrats on the gross. Well, thank you. And of course, we got my algorithm does me justice sometimes. Okay. All right. And how's that? Oh, you mean just like it kind of always steers you into a place that, well, it's going to steer you into what they think is going to be something that's going to interest you. I mean, you got to remember too, YouTube's a business. YouTube is a business, and they need people to continue to watch their videos. Like, I'm kind of in part of that, but it's kind of it's a group thing. But also, you got to figure the owners of YouTube are getting that content creation. They're getting the commercial revenue. They're getting all the ads and things where they're making money from. So yeah, but the thing is, yeah. So it's in their best interest to have these algorithms, all these AI algorithms to understand what you click on. They even look at your comments. They look at things that pique your interest. They get this very elaborate AI. Several computers I've found out in AI from YouTube, and it's actually one of the more elaborate systems right now, and it's global. And they see patterns on where you click, what you do, what you talk about, what you comment on, of course, what you click, how long you click. I mean, they kind of tabulate all these statistics, and then they steer you into videos that they think you would like, and they would steer you into different genres or people that you like. I mean, somehow I'm guessing, I would imagine your algorithm, I got up on your algorithm. Maybe you were talking about like introverted, intuitive, things like that. Like you said, you said you're really drawn to the introverted and intuition, and I get a lot into that. I think on this channel, I like to talk a lot of that. Very just down to earth, on the cuff about it. And maybe if that's what you mean, I mean, that could have steered you in or so. But I guess that's part of what the algorithm is. I'm sure I've been steered into that as well. You just if you hit INFJ, you're going to have a whole list of different people that are going to peak right up there. Obviously, those are keywords. Yeah, but it is quite an elaborate system, that algorithm. I mean, I heard it described one time as just amazingly complex AI, way of gathering information about everybody. They're watching you. Yeah, and especially they watch content creators too. They watch us. They watch the content people and see what they're doing and where they're steering and what they're talking about. So, it was my little way of complimenting you. LOL. I think you're into. Oh, all right. I know, and of course, I kind of thought you meant that, but of course, I have to go into this big long spiel about it. I'm sorry. You got to forgive me. Sometimes I talk too much. Only here. The funny thing is, I don't do a lot of talking to people beyond some of these lives or when I do a video. You'd be amazed at how quiet I am outside of this little chain, this little group I got here. Believe it or not, I literally do the exact same thing. Trust me. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that's part of that whole chameleon thing. Plus, I mean, I think a lot of it is because we're speaking our own language. I mean, not literally English, but I mean just when you're connecting with somebody that has so much in common with your personality type, even though you're not the same personality, we're completely different, but you think your thought patterns are the same. Yeah, and you connect with people like that. You know, you just do. But you're trying to learn. You're just trying to learn about yourself because if you start hearing that other people have similar traits to yours and things like that, you're going to understand that it isn't just you. That it's kind of a, it's more of a, yeah, it's like everybody, people that you have that in common. So yeah. Now, people, listen. I've been on here a couple hours. I'm going to give my phone a charge. Now, I just want to let you know I'm going to unplug my microphone, and I'm going to have to just have the microphone go through the microphone on the actual phone itself. So maybe I sound a little bit different, but I do need to charge this because I don't want to have my phone die in the middle of this live broadcast. Okay, so could you bear with me just a minute here, just a second, while I do that? Okay. All right. Now, all right. I'm gonna move this for a second here, people. Don't just bear with me. I'm still with you. I'm not going anywhere. All right. All right. I should be coming back here, people. All right. How are we? We're back. Okay. All right. That was good. Now, at least I did that once a couple times, a couple weeks ago. I forgot to. I literally did just that. I forgot to. I got so sidetracked. I didn't charge my phone, and my phone just died right in the middle of a broadcast, and I had to plug it in, and like minutes went by, and I had to reconnect. So I don't want to do that again. So, but how do I sound? Is everything good? Connect. So I don't want to do that again. So, but how do I sound? Is everything? All right. Sound check sounds good. It sounds a little tinny. Maybe it doesn't sound as rich as the other microphone I have up here, but it shall suffice. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Yes, sounds good. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm glad you're giving me some. The microphone is adjustment. Yes, vamp. Exactly. All right, sounds good. Um, yeah, but like I said, I was just talking about before about how I had to find something that differentiates me from everybody. And I thought, hey, don't spend too much time thinking of that. Know what's going to differentiate you from everybody and make you unique is you, because nobody else is you. It's just don't put too much emphasis into it. Just be yourself. I thought, well, that's all I can be. All right. So, hey, Tom, you're putting out. Oh, Jethro. Hey, man, we got Jethro here. Man. Hey, Tom, you putting out your lives? Oh, am I putting out my lives? What do you mean by that? Oh, I mean talking about like stories and stuff. Hey, doing a live broadcast. Yes, of course I am, man. Hey, how you doing with you? You still going for your new channel? Jethro here. It's Jethro 2902. He was yeah, he's another one that's been on a few of my lives in the past as well. Yeah, he works out with nunchucks. I'd be interested for 10 hours. What was it, 8 or 10 hours? He was saying that last time. He's got a focus regiment with nunchucks. Yeah, I can only imagine. Your lives on your channel is what I mean. Yeah, no, I figured that. I after I thought about that, I did say that. Yes. Yes. Well, hey, I'm glad you're here there, Jethro. Cool. Um, that's awesome. No, we're just kind of kicking back here. We're doing our thing. It's a Saturday night, and yeah, we're just doing it again. That's all. And I figured why not. But but yeah. But as far as things going with the channel, yes, I'm just pleased with the whole. I'm pleased with the development, by no doubt. I'm glad the channel is taking off. I'm glad I'm reaching certain audiences, and I like, again. I mean, I see subscriptions coming in. I see occasionally. I got to be honest with you, people. Sometimes people leave you too. I mean, they do happen. I mean, I'd say occasionally you see that number go up, and then one goes down. I'm like, oh, what did I do? What did I say? something, I did something, they unsubscribed. It does happen. I think, you can't please everybody. It's not going to be a perfect science, but then it goes up 3, 4, 5, 7, and then one or two leave. So it does happen. I guess it's something you just got to realize that you can't take it personal. You can't hit set. It used to bother me early on. I got to tell you the truth. I want to talk about that. Early on, I'd say, "Uh-oh, what did I do?" I'd lose somebody. I'm like, "Is this typical?" It's like, well, it must be. But then it would bug me. What did they see? What did I say in a video that they unsubscribed? And I mean, like, I don't know. It could be anything. I could have said one small comment they didn't like. And then I'd spend time trying to find out like who unsubscribed or what video. And I'm like, and then think in my mind, oh, cool. Okay, cool. Go figure. Start thinking, okay, I said this, that they didn't like that. Or should I erase that video? Should I edit that out? I don't know. And I thought, you know what? It got to the point where I said, you can't please everybody all the time. It's just as much as you're like, people like you and drawn in and they like listening to you. Some people are gonna hear you. They're gonna subscribe in the beginning because something drew them in, and then they unsubscribe. It's like, it just happens. I guess that's life for you. So yes, 10.5 hours is the longest I've gone. So you're telling me you just 10.5 hours and you're doing nunchucks and you're doing that's a long time in one session that you're just doing your nunchucks. Yeah. I mean, could you really let me ask you this, Jethro? I mean, I never got into nunchucks or anything, but I mean, I can imagine if you got really good with those, you could probably like you could kick like maybe five guys trying to attack you at the same time, like just knock them out with those things. I mean, you probably could. I mean, just the nunchucks themselves, like you got a couple in each hand, and they're like, if you know what you're doing, you're whacking a couple, knocking them out, cracking them or whatever. I mean, you could probably just like multiple attackers are coming at you, right? Like Bruce Lee used to do in them movies, right? If the content, is for them, they will stay. Just be yourself. Yeah, no, that's what I came to the conclusion of exactly. Well, like I said early on, I used to let that bother me. Like, why did people leave? And I try to figure out why. But I stopped doing that. I thought, you know what? It is what it is. It's just going to happen. Not everybody's going to like you. All right. You can't be unanimous. I mean, Abe Lincoln, our famous 16th president of the United States, once said, "You can please most of the people most of the time, but you can't please all the people all the time." Hey, there's some wisdom from old Abe right there, and I had to apply that. It says, hey, that's what he meant. That's exactly what Abe Lincoln meant right there. Okay, so, but yeah, but if anybody else got any questions, any concern about a video or anything like that, yeah, Jethro, I have about 10,000 hours of work put into my nunchucks. I could probably take out multiple people. Oh, I can imagine so. Imagine that. Hey, don't anybody mess with Jethro with his nunchucks, okay? All right. So it sounds like he's hey man, you ever think about putting on a mask and a cape and just taking them nunchucks and like, go to like a real seedy part of town and you see somebody getting mugged and then you just go up and crack them with those things? Does that ever tempt you to, I'm kidding, man. Don't listen, don't mind me, you know what I mean? Don't mind me. I mean, that's kind of cool though. Vamp, what you saying? That's a lot. That's a lot of dedication work. Yeah, it is. That is 10,000 hours. Yeah. Yeah, a real Batman type. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I suppose instead of Batman, he had his Batarang and he had all his gadgets. I mean, hey man, you just go there with your nunchucks and you get a reputation real fast. They'd be looking for the nunchuck man. Yeah, you might scare a couple of punks from walking the streets at night. You know what I mean? What do you think of that idea? Huh? Yeah, but I believe Batman. What do they call him? An INTJ? I think they tried to profile his personality type. Uh, I think I think they came down to either an I. He was introverted, definitely intuitive, no doubt about that. He was an IN. I'd say he was definitely a planner. By no doubt, he was a planner. In a way, could you think of Batman? He could be an FJ. He could be because he went out of his way for people. I mean, Batman. Think about it. He looked out for people. His mission was to protect. He was to be that somebody that would protect the down and out, the vulnerable, the weak, and he would go there inflicting terror into the city streets of Gotham City in order to protect people that were lower than him. Well, not lower than him, but I mean, not lower. I shouldn't say that, but people that were like more vulnerable to the world. He could have been an INFJ or a TJ. I'm not sure. But the thing is, but he was also traumatized. I think I talked about Batman before in another one. He's a fascinating character, Batman. But I think also, yeah, he was traumatized. He watched his parents were murdered right in front of him, right? If you remember, that was the part of the story. And he felt it was part of his, and he blamed himself. That was another thing. He blamed himself for that, and that he lived with that his parents died because he wanted to leave that theater early. They had to sneak out the back door, not to interfere with the theater, and they ended up murdering he got his parents murdered. It was his fault. He wanted to leave. He was scared. Yeah. So, but he made sure he made up for it, and he used that to fuel his vigilanteism that he wanted to. And yeah, he became Batman. So, quite a fascinating story. I think it was deep though. Yeah, he could have been an FJ. He was definitely either that, a TJ, or I don't know, one of those, or maybe a little bit of, but okay, yeah. So we definitely got a pretty good thing going here as far as subscribers go. As far as just also, of course, like I said, I try to work on like watch time, things like that. I like to look for a little bit of inspiration on videos. Of course, I'm like thinking, what didn't I not cover? Could I just put another video about another topic and do it again? Or, yeah, but I mean, I'll think of something at some point. I did order I'm getting a computer pretty soon. I'm getting like I decided on, I don't know if people out there maybe can give me a little bit of advice on, does anybody have a Mac Mini M4? The base model. I actually ordered one of them. I don't have it yet. It's being delivered next. Jason W. Hey, Jason, there's another one. Hey, all the regulars are coming on in there. How are you, Jason? Good to see you too. All right, some of the regulars are coming on in here. Right about that time. I'm telling you, some people, you're like the Saturday night owls. Must be, huh? Yeah, the night owls. That's what we should call this group here, the night owl crew, huh? There you go. All good, buddy. All right, awesome. Good to see you there. Definitely. Um, but no, if anybody knows anything about like a Mac Mini, I've been hearing all this good stuff. I've been watching different reviews and things, trying to get a good. I hear it's like this. Gosh, it's a little tiny thing. It's just like 5 by 5 by 2. It's the size of a hamburger. It's just this little box, but it does all this incredible stuff. I mean, it's like I'm saying it could edit. They're saying it's all got the whole graphic cards, and it's got the integrated chip, the card, and it's kind of limited on memory a little bit. That's a little bit of the drawback, but it still makes up for it. It's still plenty powerful, and I guess this thing is just it can edit videos, and I can put together videos, which I need. There's only so much I can do in a Chromebook, if you know what I mean. But I've been trying to do that. I've been planning that for like months. I was real reluctant. I kept thinking I want to buy it, like get all the components and put together a computer, build it from scratch. And then I kept thinking I want to keep it cheap, keep it under 1,000, maybe $1,000, whatever. And every time I'd start looking into it, I would just every time I'd add it up, I mean, I could never quite figure out. It was always expensive, all the parts. And I finally just saw the Mac Mini, like it was a decent price and it does everything I need it to do. And I thought, all right, I'm gonna get one of these. I'm gonna save a lot of money too. It's only like it was less than like right around $600 for the whole thing. Compared to like some computers and laptops cost like 12, 13, $1,400 depending on what you want. And I thought I can do that. I can do that. So I did that. Uh, the Interesting Psychology channel is great for different aspects of INFJ videos. I think I've seen that. I've been steered into that algorithm a couple of times there, Jethro. I do believe, and that's an INFJ channel. That's like one of those AI videos, I believe. I think I have seen some of those. What I'd like to know is somehow I wonder, like a lot of times they have a script, like they're very well spoken, and I wonder if it's AI voice or it's hard to tell AI voices nowadays. Some of them, like early on, you could tell AI. It was obvious. It had a computer voice to it, but nowadays they sound almost seamless. Every so often they pronounce a word that isn't right. Only a computer could pronounce it that way. They give it away in one word. You could hear it go on, and it sounds flawless. Like, wow, that's good. And then one word's mispronounced. That's got to be an AI. It's got to be a computer to do that. Um, it is really creative, and I'm sure it's a human voice. Okay, all right. Yeah, some of them you have to listen. You have to listen, and I'm not to say there's anything wrong with AI. I think it can really help out. It helps out just spelling out a whole story in its own way. I just know that YouTube has certain restrictions now on certain AI things. They've cracked down on certain ways and how to use AI. I don't know all the real nitty gritty about it, but I do know that they do that stuff. So, but yeah, eventually though, like when I get this thing, I have to learn how to basically do some deep editing and maybe throw together, even to see if I can get a little bit of like AI graphics and some stuff. But the thing is, I want to keep my voice. I don't want to, if I do something like that, I'd like to think I read a script. If I do a video and if I start getting into better videos for this, I'd like to think I want to read, make a script or read one maybe and just take paragraphs and like try to like read them, you know. I mean, I'd like to keep my voice in there. I think I have one of those good narrator voices, I would hope. So, but yeah, but bottom line is, yeah, that's the direction I'm trying to take this is, and I'm finally, like I said, I ordered my Mac Mini, and I ordered like another like a memory chip just to give it a little bit more like memory storage and things like that. So I'm going to try to branch out, and eventually, like I said, I got to go to Walmart, maybe get a couple of monitors, get me a mouse, a keyboard, a speakers, maybe a headphone, a microphone. Maybe I can do a live broadcast when I eventually get it, like maybe get a camera eventually. I mean, right now I'm on the phone. The phone camera is actually pretty good. You can't beat that. The phone camera and the way I've got this presented is actually pretty good. Maybe I can just always keep it this way. But eventually, I'm just going to see how much I want to branch off into the editing technology. So, but that's where I plan on doing things. But I decided with trying a Mac Mini. That's all. But didn't know if anybody had any input on that. If anybody had any questions or like, hey, they got one and hey, I like it and it's doing a good job. And hey, I got one and my friends got one and they say it's great. I mean, but I mean, I heard a lot of good things about it. It's just mind blowing that something that small could be that powerful. So, all right. But yeah, that's pretty much what I got going on now. So I'm looking forward to that. I am looking forward to that. So, but yeah. But if anybody has any ideas, they can give me. If anybody like somebody had left an idea earlier on about a possible video about something about narcissist. I believe that was Sheesh. Sheesh, you're still out there, are you? I'm not sure who's still out there. Something about, like dealing with narcissists. I did do that. Maybe I'll do another one that's a little more in depth. every so often I do stuff like that, in my own style. You got to remember too, um, everybody's got their own unique individual, let's say, experiences with dealing with people through their life, and everybody has. I've led on some of my experiences. I grew up in a fairly rough city outside of Boston, and growing up in a rough school system. At least I thought it was. And I dealt with I learned a lot about human psychology just as a kid, just dealing with like kids, you know, there's so much that we learn just from our upbringing. I think it's fun. I'm going to stare into something. I think kids, we're still human beings, and human nature, sometimes it comes out and it's real, like raw form, even as kids. There's certain kids that are, let's say, there's always the bully kids. There's always the other kids that are, decent kids that are, a little more passive. And all kids are different, and the different personality types are coming out there. And a lot of times we have to deal with certain kids in schoolyards and school hallways. You know what I mean? Growing up, and a lot of times the way these are introductions into how we find human nature, just in how we deal with people as when we're younger. And well, but the thing is, you may evolve. You might have acted a certain way in that hallway that has turned you into something completely different. Maybe you were a little more passive, a little more sensitive, a little bit more, because you were naive, you were young. But you learn how people were, and you learn what triggered people. But these should also be opportunities in our life, and I'm sure we all did that. I'm sure we all had learning moments as kids on how to deal with human nature. But I did. I learned so much about it. I think I learned a good 70% about human nature by just being a kid and just learning from that and how to adapt. Okay, let me see. What are we talking about here? Jethro. It's really creative, and I'm sure it's a human. Okay, I saw that. I'm doing something thoughtful. I bought. Okay, this is Harp. Harp. Okay, I'm doing thoughtful. I bought a birthday card and a gift for a staff member at my gym who mentioned he's an Aquarius. Okay, well, that's nice. It's nice. You got a card, and for somebody at a gym, a staff member. I take it you work there. When you say staff member, you work at a gym, or you part of you have a gym or something like that. A birthday card mentioned that he was an Aquarius. Okay, all right, Aquarius. That's what I am too, believe it or not. Yeah. I never really followed too much into that astrology stuff. I that was never my thing. I definitely like the MBTI because I see that there's something to that. I know a lot of people follow that whole astrology thing. That was never my thing too much. Uh, I don't work there, but I treat all the staff very well. Oh, okay, all right, you do. He doesn't know about the surprise in a few. Oh, they're gonna surprise in a few minutes. Oh, okay, all right. And Jason, hey Tom, I've been looking into uh, where where I can find where INFJ's meeting place here in the UK, and I found one in Bristol, a couple in London. So I might go and give it a chance. Oh, you mean like an actual like place, like a club or something? Like hey, here's an INFJ club where you go when INFJs go in there and they kind of hang out and talk, like in person. You serious? Wow. I believe that the MBTI is more accurate than Star Site. Yeah, Vamp. That's what I'm saying. I think that's definitely. I got more. I believe more in the MBTI than that as well. Harp. For my personality, astrology is just a way I remember birthdays. Okay, all right, got it. I don't believe in astrology. Hidden Harpo. Okay, yeah, I'm not, like I said. It's not my thing either. I just yes, every Tuesday. Imagine that. So he's saying so in the UK, Jason says there's actual like places he can go and an INFJ hangout place. Now, who started that? It's a bar in Bristol. Oh, Bristol. Okay. Wow. So some bar in Bristol is like, is it like INFJ night? Like remember years ago? Remember sometimes they used to have ladies' night where ladies got in for free. They drank for free. The ladies' night. Well, that drew in the guys to buy them drinks for, right? In the old days, right? Well, so now they got INFJ night. Hey, INFJs, come on in for free. Half price on the drinks. How do you draw them in anyway? I think what draws in an INFJ is just knowing they're going to have somebody that they can talk to that for that actually understands them or thinks like them, which is rare. Yeah. Now the thing is this. Let me ask you this, Jason. How do you how can somebody could just say, "Oh, that's what I am," but not really have a test? Just wants to identify as an INFJ, but not as one. I mean, there's got to be a way. I mean, do you have to present your MBTI test result? I mean, how are you going to know that they're legit? You know what I mean? I guess you'd have to figure them out a little bit somehow. I'm sure maybe you'd know, but sometimes it takes a little while. So I don't have a clue. Yeah, that's what I mean. How do you know that? I mean, you can't just anybody could say, "Oh yeah, that's what they are." It could be faking it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've noticed ENFJs have a hard time with narcissists. Oh, ENFJs, yeah, extroverted. Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, yeah, they're just more the their dominant function is extroverted feeling, isn't it? They're number one. Ours is two. Theirs is one. Isn't that right? I think it's something like that. That's like their main function is extroverted feeling. Is that how it is? Or is it their because then they're very like I mean they're planners, they're feel something like that. While it's our second one, while our introverted intuition is number one, second is our extroverted feeling. Is that what it is? Yes. Okay, I thought so. I've noticed ENFJs have a hard time with narcissists. Oh yeah. Um, I would think so because they're very like accommodating. I guess from what I understand about them, they're very like they're like the ringleader types. They're always like trying to. Somebody described them as being like the mother of the group, almost like they're the types where they're kind of always checking on a group of people and making sure everybody's doing well. Like they're like the ringleaders and they're the motivators. But I heard that that's what they're really good at. You get them in a team, like if you got them in a work team, they're really the ones that are good motivators for the rest of like the work team to do it a certain way or to, you know, I guess they have their qualities like that. So, but so they're not so good with narcissists. I would imagine. What would be the one the narcissist would not like to mess with the most? Well, I think INFJs. I think I had said before that an INFJ that has been experienced, one that has found himself, one that has found his core, his spirit, and his those that they don't like to mess with, ones that have discovered themselves and have mastered on the psychology and mastered their empathy. Like I said on that video, that I said before, I would wonder if INFJ, although I do think INFPs and ENFPs have the hardest with narcissists. ENFPs, yep, and and ENFPs. Okay. Well, like I said, INFJs also, especially like I said, the inexperienced ones. I have to put that disclaimer in there because just from what I understand about myself and the way I've evolved, and I know what the magnet I was younger. I do remember being a target for them early on in my life. I wasn't myself. You got to remember who I am now. I wasn't like this 30, 40 years ago, even 20 years ago. I still was I was still very underdeveloped, and I'm sure we're all like that. Yeah. The way I'm 61 years old, but you got to remember me when I was 30 something. Yeah, I was still me, but I had lots to learn, psychology and just figuring myself out. So INFJs, absolutely. Like I said, especially like I said, the naive ones. Okay. Oh yeah. How about Wonder what are they like with ESTPs? Actually, I wonder if a lot of ESTPs could be like narcissist types. You got to figure ESTPs, they're more the types that are the extroverted sensing. That's their dominant function, and they're very very close to they're very in the now, and of course they're very their nervous system is wired so much into their physicality. Their nervous isn't so much like empathy and things like that. Not so much emotion, but it's more like their heightened coordination into their body. Like usually they're the types that are very physical. A lot of these types are strong, like the football player types. The quarterback types or the linebacker. Because they have to make decisions in the now, and they're very physical. I always think of that. Like a lot of your pro athletes are like the ESTP types. But also, some of them are very aggressive too. Some of them have a very, being that they're so extroverted and their intuition is their least dominant function. They tend to be, they don't piece together things. They react in the now, and a lot of times because they're physical. A lot of times these guys, ESTP types, have a short fuse. They're the types that are, you know, what would you say? I'll break your face open. If you mouth off to me, those types. They just like to, because that's how they deal with it. They're not so much psychological like we are. We're more the psychological types that see things, read things, kind of looking deeper. They're more like just they're seeing in the now, very physical. And like I said, they usually burst out physically, and they like to intimidate is a way of because they're strong, they're whatever it is. And yeah, usually that's just how they are. But like I said, I wonder if those extroverted types are more like that. You got to figure an extroverted personality, being that right away, you would think, I mean, I can't speak for all of them, but a lot of times extroverted people, they gather energy from crowds, from other people. So they tend to, that's part of their energy. They get life from that. You would think a narcissist is somebody that is exactly that. They actually want to inflict emotion. They want to bring out those negative emotions in people, and they sense them. But their way, they're getting energy from upsetting people, from dominating them, from bringing out these negative emotions of people. Then they absorb them as a kind of a way of fueling their ego. Yeah. So you'd almost think like, what if like more extroverted types would be more apt to be narcissist? That's a good question. Okay, I'm checking out and understanding the S. But there's at least IV students. My mom is an ISTP. What is IV studied? What is IV like? Is in what I've studied. Oh, I've studied. My mom is an ISTP. Okay, so Jethro, you think mom was an ISTP? I'd be curious to know. I mean, introverted and sensing. Okay, so you're introverted, but you're also, how does that work? Gosh. And then perceiving, introverted and perceiving. So you're very spontaneous type, thinking. So you're like more of a, very like the thinker type, not so much of a feeler, and sensing. Yeah. So you've studied and found out that's what your mom is, huh? Okay. Now, does she agree with that, or is that just something that you've concluded? I mean, is that something that she's accepting, or because a lot of times, yeah, we like to profile what we think our parents were. I know I did. I told you what I think my mom was. I think she was INFJ. My dad was ESTP. I don't know. I'm just thinking that way. But my brothers are, I got a variety of different brothers. I got like, I'd say I had two very extroverted brothers, and ironically, guess what? My two most extroverted brothers have already passed away. Yeah, my brother Jim and my brother Fred, and then I got myself. My brother Paul is kind of, I mean, he's got a large family. It's hard to pin him down. I think he's extroverted, but he's quiet sometimes. Sometimes he looks like he looks introverted sometimes, but he's always said is like he's married his childhood sweetheart pretty much. They met in like junior high. Um, I'd have to say he's a big family guy. I would say he's drawn to Boy Scouts and stuff. He put his kids through all the Boy Scouts. I mean, the kids are all right. I would have to call him an extrovert, but I'd have to say, but he seems intuitive though too. My brother Paul, and I definitely know he's more a thinker than a feeler. He's more like that. I'd put him as more like a. Uh, is he more of a planner? He could be like a J, like a TJ, like maybe he's a E ENTJ, maybe if that's something. Maybe one of my brothers. Yeah, so I mean, I try to narrow down some of them too. Just by knowing them. A lot of times, I think you just kind of try to figure out. You know them since you were children, so you know a lot about your family. Yeah, you should be able to narrow down what your family is. At least I've studied the S's. Okay, you're talking about the sensing types. Hey, tell me a little bit about what you studied. I know the sensing types is it's just more they're just they're not putting as much emphasis into what is thinking out something deep like an intuitive. They're not really looking deciphering it through their mind a little bit like an introverted intuitive is very much like just computing things in their mind in so many ways, taking little, yeah, sensory, yeah, the senses. Yeah, but you say you've studied it, meaning you've looked a lot into it. Yeah, I mean, we're all sensors to a point. I mean, gosh, we all have to have sensory something. Just because we have an N doesn't mean we're not sensors in some ways. I mean, we just, there's a certain element that we reach into that sensing thing, but we just tend to compute things a little more into our mind in that way. That's all. Uh, okay. Jethro, she kind of relates to, she kind of relates. She actually helps me to be the best I could be. She never tried to suppress what I was throughout my childhood. Help me not be damaged. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah, she definitely had a. So sounds like you had a good mom. Then you got good things to say about her. That's good. Help you not to be damaged. So, no, that's good. You got good things to say about her. I mean, that's a good positive. I mean, right away. I mean, sometimes people have negative things to say about their parents, and you know that they didn't have a good experience. But it sounds like she did all right. So, but you narrowed her down to like that particular personality type. But I take it you're INFJ, and she's that. And okay, well, that's good. I mean, yeah, you gotta have a good relationship with mom. I'm glad she kind of helped you out along the way, though. So definitely. All right. So we have 6 watching. It's been kind of going up and down. Okay. I feel like I got to keep talking about things, though. That's another thing. I feel like I got to keep talking just to keep the flow going here on the channel. If there's too much dead air, just like anything, guys, that's when people start to they go away, doesn't it? You know. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, we're basically just dissecting the MBTI type, talking about all these different like traits that we've learned. It seems like we have our own way of observing too. I don't know about you people, but when I started understanding exactly like what the MBTI type, yeah, was I tended to just it got to a point where I was fascinated to the point where that's all I did. I thought a lot about it and tried to. I mean, I did go through a point where I studied just my own thoughts, where I was really close to watching how I thought and how I made decisions, and just trying to decipher and saying, "Oh, okay," and then it get to the point where, yeah, but if I think I'm this type, am I actually making decisions because that's a subliminal, like I taught myself to think that because I'm studying this type, or am I genuinely like this? I got to be myself. It's like, no, I'm trying to do this right. I want to make sure. And I was. See, that's how much I overthought that. I was overthinking sometimes too. Your mind goes into even questioning how if you're really thinking legitimate because you're thinking about it. if you know what I mean. What do you think about big five, the big five compared to the MBTI? Oh, the big five, the big five. Oh, that's another personality traits. I don't know a lot about that. Um, uh, I'm not sure what exactly that is. I know there's another one too. I heard it mentioned that there's these color codes. There's these certain color codes that kind of take some of the traits of the MBTI, and they make it like a shade of a color, and then they could say like you're an INFJ blue or an INFJ red or something like that. If that's what you're talking about, where it's color coded, where you could be a half of an element. I mean, you could be like in other words, you could be a sensor and like somewhat of intuitive, like, but also you have a shade of a sensing side. Like you have a certain percentage you're an introvert, intuitive, but then there's certain characters that give you the sensing thing. They call it like a blue code or something. Companies use the big five. No, I'm not sure what that is. What is, yeah, so Vamp Fox, you're asking what's the big five too. Certain companies, yeah, they're starting to get into the MBTI as well. Some use MBTI, and I guess the big five, depending. Maybe some of them use different things. They want to, during their whole process of hiring you, they might give you a test. Sure, an MBTI test to see where you are. I heard the FBI, the CIA. I know some of these big government corporate companies do that now, and some, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, I've never worked for a type of company like that needed an MBTI. You know, yeah, it's not in America. That's right. Wait, Jethro. You're from the United States. I think if I remember right, Jethro's from the U.S. Um, it's not in the America. Yeah, companies using the big five, unless it's something I see. I'm kind of like I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about either, but what the big five is. But you asked me what I think about it. I really don't know enough about it to give you an opinion about that. That's what I got to tell you. That's all. Maybe I'll run more into that. See, I think I know a lot. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know everything about everything. You know what I mean? I don't think we ever could. But uh, yeah, no. But I mean, I think that would make a lot of sense for certain companies to do that, to test people based on their personality type. Then they can get a better grip and a little better idea on how they think and what their temperament's going to be like. You know, and I mean, it would seem to make sense to me. If somebody's more an introverted type, you'd want to give them a kind of a job where they didn't have to deal with as many people. You know what I mean? That they wouldn't have to be forced into it, or if they did, they had a limit. They'd have a certain time that they would start not being as effective. Like they could deal with people for a short amount of time, and then. So I guess if it depends on how deep a company wants to get, they could do that, sure. And just see how well somebody's planning and how intuitive somebody might be versus a sensor. Yeah, I'm sure it can come in handy there. You should check out the Big Five. I'll have to look into it. Yeah. So a lot of times people bring up certain sites, websites, channels that I've never heard of, and I say I check them out. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I forget, and I'm like, "What was that they were talking about again?" It's like the Big Five. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Yeah, I guess there's several different ways of doing personality types, but um, so I wonder, like, do they have comparatives? What an INFJ would most likely be this, like a number four or something. Like an ESFP would be most likely a number two or something. Yeah, is it like that? The world doesn't recognize the MBTI. The world doesn't recognize the MBTI. Says it's not accurate. Okay. Okay. Um, so the world doesn't. So when you're talking about, okay, I mean, Maybe certain countries don't. I mean, I know it's not very, like I said, I never heard about it until just recently. I think a lot of times it's kind of a fringe thing anyway. I think we're talking about it on this channel because, that's our thing, but I don't think there's a lot of people that really care about it. I mean, for the most part, it's a fringe thing. We're probably a fringe bunch that actually has some kind of that gravitates toward it, especially our type, because we want to find out. We need to know more about our types, being that we need to figure ourselves out just to live a better life. That's one thing we all have in common. We all say the same thing. That's what draws us here, for that very reason. Yeah, we need to find out about ourselves, by no doubt. So, all right, 2 hours. Okay. Van Fox, she just said, I didn't even get a full extent what I was thinking. Oh, okay. Jason, watched a Carl Jung video last night on how animals and children are attracted to us because of our gentle nature. I get it all the time with dogs and cats will come up to me. Um, yeah, you know what? I definitely get that too. I don't have any pets right now. Um, funny thing is, you are right about that. I've always thought animals were drawn to me. You know what? When I hear what's funny is, I actually feel like insects and bugs are drawn to me. I mean, not just like mosquitoes. I mean, yeah. I mean, you could say, well, mosquitoes are drawn to me too, because they want to bite you, right? But I mean, funny thing is, I mean, even spiders. I feel like I had this story. I had this spider that lived in my house, and it's just a little spider. I let it live in here, and sometimes I'd get it water and stuff, and I'd give it a drink. I think it finally passed on because it doesn't live long. I haven't seen it in months. I think it must have died, but um, even just things like that, spiders. I mean, I've felt like bugs have actually been drawn to me, and like I said, yeah, dogs and cats. I mean, I wouldn't say everyone does. I mean, sometimes cats are skittish, especially the ones around my neighborhood. They won't come up too much unless I'm trying to feed them something. You offer an animal food and he's going to come up to you, especially cats. I don't care how skittish they are. You get like you open up a can of sardines and all of a sudden that cat's going to be your best friend. You know what I mean? But some are nice. Yeah. But I do notice, like, if I'm in a good frame of mind, if I'm myself, occasionally I've been in dark parts of my life, dark phases of my life where I've been kind of, I felt dark, and I've noticed that people were like animals weren't, like they were afraid, or they wouldn't come up to you. I mean, I've had that go through me too, and I've felt some of the dark phases of my life. I'd say when bouts when I was married to my wife, and sometimes I knew the marriage wasn't going so well and it was affecting me. It was affecting her. We were both affected during the marriage. And I do remember taking a walk one time with my wife, and in some neighborhood, what I can't remember exactly. It was some neighbor had a little dog, you know. And so, of course, you go up and like you go to pet the dog, and hi, how you doing? You go to pet the dog. I go to pet the dog, and the dog growled at me, growled like, "Grr," like he said something. And that was a part of my life where I had some dark traits. I think because I was so overexhausted, there were times, and I got to admit I was turning a little bit negative, dark when I was married. There were things going on. I think it wasn't healthy for me. And in a lot of ways, I mean, it led to my eventual divorce and me just being away from a marriage. Is that, I mean, a lot of the thing was is that I didn't get a lot of alone time. When I was married, I didn't understand what that meant. I didn't understand I needed alone time. I thought I finally found a wife. I finally found somebody that wants to be with me a lot. Then that should be enough. Then I won't need all this. I won't be depressed. But then I found myself being constantly exhausted through my marriage. I mean, I had a family. I had my son. I tried my best to be, to do things with my son, but I was even kind of exhausted to do certain things in some ways. I tried, but yeah. But bottom line is, I think that had a lot of that had a lot to do with me turning like almost dark, is because sometimes when you lack your alone time as as an introvert, it's very important to spend that. And if you feel like you're pressured not to take it, and like being in a family, you get to the point where especially when you get children and a wife that's needing attention, yeah, you don't get that. And how do you explain to somebody you need alone time? It doesn't really work well, does it? Unless you establish that early. But I had no idea what it was. But bottom line is, yeah, I felt like I felt like I had a certain vibe from that, where I was irritable, I was a little more snappy, I was short tempered. I remember I wasn't myself. I wasn't a very good version of me when I was married. I really wasn't. And when I finally got alone, when I finally went on my own after the divorce and I got my own place and I had to self-reflect. I did more self-reflecting in the last 5 years after my marriage failed than I ever did in my whole life. And I had to finally say, I have nowhere to run. I have nowhere to go anymore. That's what I said before. And so that's when I spent a lot of time alone. I finally I got steered into that algorithm, like I said, found out about this type, and I decided I have to figure this out. I mean, this is it. My marriage failed. I mean, I can't even maintain a marriage, you know. Okay. Your shadow work. Yeah, no, by no doubt. It's that's part of it. That's another thing, is an INFJ that does not get his proper rest. And that's why I say it's like, well, how could that be? Well, how could that make an effect on anything? It does. Trust me, I've been through that with the marriage. It was changing me, by no doubt. Let's see. Jethro, me too. I've never been scared of any dog, no matter how vicious they were. Yeah. Yeah, I'm usually not afraid of dogs, but this dog just, we were talking about the dog that growled at me. Yeah, he growled. I wasn't afraid of him. He was a little thing. He was a little dog. He was a little thing. But the thing was, is that that was the first time in my life that I like an animal sensed something he didn't like. Like he was, you know, I threw a bad vibe on him. So, but that was that dark place I was trying to tell you I was at that time when I was trying to describe to you. Yeah, your shadow work. Yeah, I would say so, definitely. Yeah, that's why it's very important. And then I reflected back on that, says that's why I was always tired. I was constantly exhausted. There were a couple of pictures of me taken where during my when I was married, where I had this look in my eyes where I just looked gray and I looked blank, yet like vacant and like grayish, and my eyes just looked dead almost. And it was like with my family. I was trying to be a family man as much as I can, but I was constantly just like had, you know, it looked almost like even like friends of my wife. She had more friends than I did. She was more extroverted. She used to always say, "Why don't you have more friends?" She was trying to steer me into being more extroverted. I remember, and I was content just not having a lot of like social contact. But she thought that was weird. Like I should. And I remember her like trying to get into friend groups and having another couple. Yeah, we started hanging out with another like married couple that was just, have couples nights and have dinner, go over to their house. They come over to the house and we hang out and have dinner and play board games or whatever. And we tried all that, but I tried it too. I did, but I didn't realize I didn't know what an introversion was. I had no idea. I was constantly for years, always like feeling like I could never get enough sleep, could never like I could never felt refreshed. And then it made sense because I never got enough alone time. I would try to take little bits and pieces, like find an excuse to go out into the garage and tinker around with things. I remember that thinking, yeah, I used to do that. I used to find reasons to like go do things by myself, go read a book by myself. you know. But of course, I mean, it was never enough. It was never quite as much as I needed, though. So it, so that's another thing. I did. I started looking back into those and saw, yeah, I guess that was important. But again, for me to go through that, knowing that that wasn't the answer either, just having a family and having a bunch of, having a family and a wife was not my answer. That's all it led me to. Either that or it was just the wrong dynamics. I thought I had the right dynamics with the right wife at the time, but maybe she just wasn't right. She wasn't really bringing that out. But I mean, it shouldn't be her responsibility to do that. It shouldn't be. It should be my responsibility. It should be up to me to regulate myself. But I didn't know how to. Okay. I always feel refreshed. Now I do. I do more than I used to. Yeah. Now that I'm basically by myself, I'm fine. I get lots of alone time now, which I need, and I've never been more comfortable in it in my life. Really. March 3rd, full moon. Be ready. Watch how you feel on those days. I feel incredibly alive on full moons. Does anybody else? Okay, wait, hold on. My ex always wanted me to. Okay, vamp. Here you go. My ex always wanted me to be extroverted too. He would always bring his friends over, and I would always have to greet them, and he would drain me even when I was unwell. Yes, you kind of know what I'm talking about then. Okay. Yeah, but did you know you were an introvert at the time, that you needed your alone time? Maybe if you weren't aware of that, that's what causes a lot of our conflict. And that's why it's important to know yourself. One more reason why. That's important. Okay. Your shadow. Okay, yeah, there you go. Um, yeah, so Jason, let me ask you, do you turn into a werewolf? You ever see that movie Werewolves of London? Hey, that's a Warren Zevon. Werewolves of London. Oh, hey, you don't turn into a werewolf, do you? That's you right there. You're in the UK, man. Hey, there you go. Jason could be the Werewolves of London over there. Warren Zevon there, huh? That's it. That song's funny. That song cracks me up, come to think of it. I saw Lone Chain Jr. walk in with a queen. His hair was perfect. Yeah, he always had that perfect hair, didn't he? Right? Remember the one from the movies? Yeah. Yes, the tides change and the air is different. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, well, it affects the tides. It affects a lot of things. Yeah, those gravitational pulls. They also say it affects people's moods. Like, I mean, they do statistics and say certain people, during the course of a full moon, they see certain statistics rise in people, things like that. Yeah, I mean, people are more apt to do like crazy things. Some people are maybe. I mean, I can't remember. They said there were certain rises and things. People driving so fast, they get into accidents because people feel a little more wild. I mean, yeah, they see there's more like traffic jams or traffic accidents, or um, yeah, there could be more assaults or things like that during full moons. Yeah, sometimes it brings out the bad in people. Occasionally, they say there's certain statistics change during full moons. Crime rate goes up. Yeah, there you go. Stuff like that. You hear all these. It's like it just brings out a kind of a, well, as they call that, the lunar. The old saying lunatic is derived from the name from lunatic, from the moon, which is lunar. And lunatic is basically that whole idea is like, people losing their mind a little bit. We think of it as like, somebody who's crazy, a little bit off their rocker, right? That's a lunatic. But it derives from what? The moon. Yeah, the full moon. Somehow it kind of intertwined with that one phrase right there, that one word. Yeah. That you lose your mind a little bit during the full moon. Yeah, it's definitely statistics change. I mean, that they have facts to back that up, that people are affected somewhat by the moon. Yeah. He loved the gift. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, that's nice. Got a good gift, and What kind of gift did you get him, by the way? Yeah, just curious. Was it a like a cigar or something? Or I have a theory that extroverts, when young, are more introverted, then grow extroverted, and the introvert are extroverted and grow introverted. And you don't to miss when you balance yourself. Uh, yeah, I've always been. I guess I could honestly say I'd always been confused about what an introverted and extrovert was. Um, sometimes, sometimes I feel like, I mean, I have to be an introvert because I know how much time I've spent alone, and I used to know that when things bothered me, when I was bugged, when I would always drift off by myself, and I would just have to simmer down, cool down, go to a place that relaxed me. Maybe a certain pond in my hometown that I would gravitate to, just take a walk. And maybe sometimes I'd cry about it or mope about what somebody might have said or why I was. Maybe something that happened at home. Yeah, but there was a side of me that had an extroverted side too. I mean, kind of like you kind of see it now. I mean, I can sit and talk for hours about stuff like that, but I mean, but it's only like it's little bits and pieces, little bits and pieces. I'm able to deal with people. Yeah, but it would always be balanced with me being alone. So yeah, I think that's typical of INFJs. They are the most extroverted introvert. Yeah. Oh my gosh, so delicious. What do you got? Oh, oh, olive oils, huh? Flavored olive oils. Oh, well, there you go. Okay. Must like to cook stuff in olive oil, I would think, right? Olive oil, delicious. Yeah, I like certain olive oils. I've been cooking a lot since I've been on my own. And I tell you, I've been following recipes. I've been looking for like low salt, low fat, like, heart healthy recipes on stuff. And I've been cooking certain casseroles and like stews, soups. And a lot of times they call for olive oil. Like you got to simmer and cook up those saute all those vegetables, like your carrots and your celery, your onions. You got to put them in the olive oil. I don't like to use butter. I like that olive oil. It's like it's a very healthy fat, and it's very good for you too. It is a good thing for you. I didn't really know what to get, but I like to cook and told them I hope they come in handy. Okay, yeah, you like to cook too, yeah. So, like I said, I cook because I kind of you kind of need to cook. I mean, I feel like it's part of me. I need to cook. I'm sure we all do. You can't just keep buying takeout food all the time or restaurant food. You got to cook for yourself. And I figured if I'm going to cook, I'm going to do it good. I'm at least going to cook good stuff that I'm going to enjoy. I'm not going to just throw stuff together. Make some decent food. And I gotten better at it. There's been certain times I've made stuff and I'd be eating it saying, wow, I can't believe I did this. This is me. I'm eating it saying, I can't believe it. This is phenomenal. I've cooked stuff like that. I'd be like amazed like how good it is. I'm sure yeah. And then you're like thinking to yourself, I never realized I could do that stuff, but you can. Oh yeah. Okay. Jethro, I was more okay with being extroverted and younger. I had to understand balance. The older I got, being an INFJ, and all, LOL. Vamp, you can make a homemade salad dressing too. Yeah, can you make homemade? Yeah, that's kind of easy, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. You just. I mean, they get packets for that stuff. I mean, gosh, you could take mayonnaise and you could take ketchup and mix them together, and you got Thousand Islands. Maybe chop up, maybe put a like a half a, maybe put a teaspoon of relish in there, even. It doesn't take much. And you just mix those together. Maybe dabble a couple of drops of vinegar in that. Well, wait, hold on. Not too much with the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise and the vinegar starts getting it doesn't mix well with the mayonnaise. Now I think there's enough vinegar in there. That's more for like your oil-based stuff, right? So not that. But you could put the little bit of like I said, some relish in there, little chopped things. And that's something that's a creamy like Thousand Islands right there. That's all you got. I mean, it's easy enough. You take French. What is French dressing? Gosh, I think that's ketchup and what is it? Like I think it's like some kind of like a cream. They put a heavy cream in there and what else? Oh, I can't remember what French is. It's something basic like that. No, those are your creamy things. But a lot of times you take a certain percentage of olive oil, you take vinegar, and you take a little bit of water. I think you got to take equal like certain like percentages. I think you want to have mostly oil, then you have a certain percentage of like water, and then you could just add Italian seasonings in there, like like your oregano, maybe your Italian seasoning, whatever it has in there. Maybe onion powder, a little garlic powder. Um, yeah, you could put in, yeah, just kind of the basic stuff. That depends on your spices that you use. Your Italian type spices in there. Um, I know you definitely need a fennel. No, I don't know if you put fennel in there. You'd have to go real easy on fennel. But yeah, and then you shake that up and then you just pour that on. There's certain ways, but yeah, but salad dressings are very easy. It's just a matter of getting the right balance and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they say that the INFJs are the most extroverted of the introverts. Yeah, I said that earlier. Yeah, yeah. I see that though, because there's times I'm drawn to that. Oh, by the way, I just put a short out yesterday, and it's about that. It's actually called. Um, Funny you mentioned that. I just came to this. It's called the. Oh, what the heck was it again? The. Oh, I wrote it down. I'm trying to remember. Uh, and I came up with the phrase and I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it because I knew I wanted to make a video or a short on that. And it's basically about, oh, hold on. I just wrote it down. And once I read the thing, oh, the proximity connection. There you go. Yeah. Now, if you came up with that, now think about the proximity connection. Now, people, I came up with this. And I'm going to tell you what I meant by that. This is my latest short I had. It's only been out for about a day. Um, if you ever notice as an INFJ, a lot of times, yeah, we're aloners. We're basically isolated, right? Or we like to be. We like our alone time. But on occasion, that FE, that extroverted feeling, and we're talking about being that kind of that half extrovert sometimes. Occasionally, I think whether we know this or not, maybe you know this about yourself, we might be drawn to people like crowds. Like, for instance, early on, somebody had mentioned that, what was that from the UK? Was that Jason? Jason from the UK said he likes to go to a pub and, go to that INFJ, like, where they have their INFJ, like, hangout, you know? But bottom line is, I think a lot of times INFJs can be drawn to groups of people. Maybe we're drawn to going to like where people are, whether we know this or not. Maybe occasionally, like once a week, sometimes I like to go to a restaurant and I sit at the bar. And sometimes I order I order I order something to eat. It's like a Mexican restaurant. They got tortillas you know, and some of the bartenders speak Spanish. They're all from Mexico. It's like Mexican. So I mean, but the thing is, I'm drawn there, and I hang out there. And typically, I don't have a lot of people I talk to. I'm quiet. I may just I eat my dinner. I'll drink my beer, but I hang out there. And sometimes I just watch, and I kind of feel the energies. And occasionally, I might go to another pub, or maybe go to the 99. But I don't always go to restaurants. Occasionally, I'll go to like those craft fairs in the summertime. I go where there's people. Like I think we do that. Mike, I think bottom line is I think INFJs, as introverted as we are, may be drawn to the proximity connections. Now, I came up with this term, meaning that we might not know anybody. We could walk into a crowd of strangers, an area where we're just anonymous. But the thing is, I think we're drawn to that because our FE, our our empathy, our need, our craving for like connection can be just in a proximity where you can just be near people and just be absorbing some of the emotions and absorbing like what's around you at that time without actually getting involved, without actually being like one on one like involved. I mean, I'm sure you could have conversations. You might meet people there. I understand that. But the bottom line is, it's that proximity, and whether we know it or not, I think we do that through our life. And it came to me. I said, you know what? See, I'm studying myself. I'm watching myself a lot more often, and I'm picking up on these things, and that's part of what I'm starting to observe. And I wanted to, give this to the channel and say that's what I think it is. Those are proximity connections that we do make anonymously. Like we're discreet. We're just in this vicinity of people. And that's usually enough of an FE just to get you out there, just to get your tentacles out there enough to get like your sense of people, let's say. And then when you had just enough, you could leave that situation and go back home. And I think a lot of times that can help balance you. If you're aware of this, if you know that's what our tendencies are as INFJs, that can actually be kind of like what you can do to regulate yourself, to keep you in balance. This could be part of your way of balancing yourself, these proximity connections that we can make. So I don't know. I know I sound like a psychologist now, don't I? But I came up to it. I came up with that, but watch my nose short. That's what that's about. Okay. I'm kidding. I'm going to read some of your comments here. All right. Uh, let's see. Okay, homemade salad, seen that. They say that INFJs are the most extroverted. Yep, I don't know what to think, but I feel like meditation, chatting live with other INFJs, I feel a certain kind of stress relief. Well, there you go. Is that part of a proximity connection that I'm talking about? Yeah, I feel that too, Jason. I'm glad you brought that up. I told you that sometimes I enjoy doing these lives. Why do you think I keep doing these? I mean, a lot of it is, obviously, I want this channel to be what it is. I want to keep the channel going, keep the interest going, but also I like the connection. And why do I perk up when I see, I mean, I like new people coming in, of course I do, but of course I like to see the ones that are coming back. I've seen some of you coming back week after week. We do this. Like Vamp Fox, I see Jason's out here, and Harp, yeah, this is your first day here. I see that, but I'm just saying, we you start seeing names that are familiar. I saw Jason earlier too, and I'm trying to remember. I think I see you, see me. I don't know if he's still out there or not. Some kind of come and go. They pop in, they leave. They come in. There's a couple that are kind of pass through, which is good, but. I definitely need lots of alone time to recharge. Yeah, so you do that, Harp, of course. At home, alone in my living room is where I like to cut loose. Yes, exactly. And you're correct. Unfortunately, I do need connection to stay healthy, even though I prefer to be a hermit. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's part of our conflict, but again, not understanding that conflict through the course of our life by being oblivious to it causes our confusion. By understanding our type and knowing our type, knowing our personality, it will be helpful. Then we could say, okay, I need that connection. I need, if you have to though, it's, like I said, these proximity connections can just help you regulate yourself. Just go to the library. Well, that's kind of quiet there. Like I said, go to a craft fair or just go to a restaurant, maybe go to a bar. If you're not into bars, if you're not into that thing, I get it. But you got to go where you get at least some connection. Because I actually believe that the way we're built, yeah, that whole empathy thing, that whole harmonizing thing kicks in, and we are social creatures after all. We are human beings, and beings are social creatures by nature. Yes, we're introverted, but we cannot be completely isolated forever. Obviously, there's got to be something. I mean, we got to work every day anyway. You got to get up, you got to go to work, you got to do a job. I mean, but jobs are kind of like what you have to do. You kind of need to work. But I don't know if that could be quite a. I suppose you could deal with customers. Sometimes customers, and depending on how things go, but you can't really rely on that. But yeah, you just gotta. If you could regulate yourself and just have those little bit of connections every so often, just know you're going out to like a, like maybe even a movie or something, or like a something. Just get out for a little bit, a couple hours, even with people you don't know. Just pick up a little bit of those energies and go home. In like a obviously in a healthy way, right? Hey, that could keep you balanced, give you just enough of that. And that's what I think I do. And then it dawned on me, I thought, you know what? I think that's what I do. These are proximity connections that's helping to regulate me, keep me balanced. So I don't have to keep, thinking I'm missing out at all. Hey, we have Lucyverse. Hello there, Lucyverse. UCY. Hi, have you read Surrounded by Idiots? Okay. Have you read Surrounded by Idiots? Oh, is that a book, Surrounded by Idiots? It's the Briggs. It's like the Briggs, but rather the 16 personalities it's for. Okay. No, I haven't read Surrounded by Idiots, but I have been several times in my life. Actually, I've experienced that, but I just haven't read about that. I don't like that, huh? I couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist that one. Okay. Hey, yeah, okay. It's a good read. Okay. So it's basically it's so it sounds like a psychology book then, huh? And it's about you said it's more like the Briggs. Well, they call that the Myers Briggs. You mean the Briggs minus the Myers? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Head and Harpo. Haha. Same. Totally. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see. A lot of people they suggest certain things. Surrounded by idiots. Huh? Yeah. Sounds like no. Sounds like my friends growing up when I was like, you know, when I was like 20, like any time from the time I was 15 to like maybe 25, I had a group of friends. I had a lot more friends. Man, it's funny. Who mentioned that? Was that Jason? You said we're more extroverted when we're younger and we turn more introverted. I think you're onto something there because when I was much younger, as a teenager, even a kid, I had a lot more friends. Just friends you hung out with, and you just goofed around with. And I had tons of friends like that. And as I get older, they all drifted away, and I don't hang out with anybody anymore. Yeah, maybe you're onto something there, because I was much more of a extroverted when I was younger, and not so much anymore. So I think you're right. Okay. Oh, okay. I got some things are scrolling up here. Okay, Jethro. So play a big role with the EF. EF makes us have an experience. The outside EF. I am very powerful if you. I'm very powerful if you work on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just a way of regulating things. It was just an idea, But like I said, a lot of everything comes down to awareness of just understanding yourself. So it dawned on me. It was kind of like a revelation I had, like, what I said, that whole story I told you. It's like I think I was starting to do that self-regulating proximity connection just as a way of coping, as a way of keeping myself balanced without me even really noticing. And then it dawned on me the last time I just came back from a restaurant, from my place I hang out with, my Mexican restaurant. Like I said, I'm a regular there. I go in, they know me, and they just hand me the beer without even say, you know, They know I'm having a tall beer. And it's what brand of beer I take, you know what I mean? An IPA. So I'm one of those, I always tip them pretty good. But it dawned on me, I came out of it. That's when I came up with that whole thing. I wrote it down and says, I got to talk about this and see if this is a kind of a way we can, just stay balanced, you know? Video idea my friend suggested, maybe INFJ's home life versus work life. Oh, okay. My friend suggested maybe INFJ's home life versus work life. Okay. That's an interesting one. Lucy, I'm from Wales. Okay. And Lucy, you seem cool, Jethro. Yeah. Why, is Lucy from the UK as well? Yeah. Lucyverse. Oh, yeah. No, that's a new name. I want to welcome you here, Lucy. That you are a new name here at the time, and I'm glad you're stopping in. And yeah, definitely, yeah. Now, yeah. See, this is a good place. Yeah, you're chatting. Yeah, nice to meet you. Hey, there you go. Maybe something's going on over there. Hey, Vamp Fox is from Australia. Yep. Oh, we're from all over the world here. We are like we are the world here. This is like a hangout we got, but we're like everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm from New Hampshire. Yeah, that little state tucked away, that little tiny state in the United States that's up in New England that nobody hardly hears about. It looks like a little state you'd forget. And it's a very rural little state, and that's where I live. I live way out in a kind of a rural town in the state of New Hampshire. But I love this state. I do. That's where I'm from. As you can tell from this accent I'm talking, you can tell, plus I got the flag here. I'm from the U.S. here, obviously. I kind of give that away, don't I, right? Okay. Yeah. Australia, thanks for welcoming me in. You're welcome. Extroverted sensing is a big factor for us INFJs, especially if we work on it. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's the extroverted sensing is a big factor. Um, well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of something we have to really focus on. I've been noticing through my life, I still struggle with extroverted sensing on occasions. It's something you really got to keep focused on. Um, Luciverse, I'm from a little town. Okay. But in England. Oh, okay. All right. I figured that. Well, I'm from New England, and you're from England. There you go. So you just talked to Jason, who's from Wales. So you're from the same United Kingdom. He's in. I know that's another country, yeah, but you're basically neighbors right there, you two, right? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Where in England, Lucy? I'm from Port Talbot. Oh, there you go. Now you're getting a little. Okay, there you go. You two can talk about that. Yeah, but as far as like developing, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jethro, about developing the extroverted sensing. You're right. We have to kind of keep that extroverted feeling in line there, and occasionally do that what I was talking about, that proximity thing. But what's good about that is you can be around without even having to deal with anybody, just being in proximity and without even really getting that involved. And you're not really getting that drain, just enough. And that's enough of your thing. But as far as extroverted sensing being that is inferior, that's our most inferior thing. But the thing is, gosh, that's part of our world. That is our world. That's the other half of our world, our actual tangible, working, physical world. The food we eat, the air we breathe, everything is our sensing world. And yeah, that's important. But I would say though the only thing I could say is when I really have to step up to the plate with that is when I'm trying to get a task done, especially work. If I'm trying to focus on getting my job, you just got to put everything aside. You got to keep going through the motions, get your job done, move to the next stop, get your job done. Yeah, I mean, it's so drilled into your head. And of course, you know, fulfilling your, you got to make sure your appointments are made. You're doing things. You got to. A lot of times, what I struggle with about extroverted sensing is just doing my chores. Yeah, I mean, just keeping up with chores. I mean, keeping a clean house. I mean, I could, I'll get to the point. I'll clean the whole house and blitzkrieg it and just get it done. And then sometimes I let things go a little bit. I'll let it go for a while, and all of a sudden I start smelling certain things, and it's like, oh my gosh, I let it go, and then it's time to clean the house again, or I might clean a certain area that just needs it, and because I mean, it's just things like that, little things. And on occasions too, I may get so wrapped up in things, I'll forget to eat, or I may even forget to drink. I'll be like, I don't feel thirsty. I should be feeling thirsty, but why I didn't drink that much water today? Then I just start without even, I just grab a bottle of water knowing, oh wow, my memory tells me I haven't drank water. I better drink some water right now. And then I just because I know I haven't had any in a long time. Not that I'm thirsty, because I didn't really. I got so caught up with my mind and my whole world, my inner world, that I forgot I was thirsty. And that's common with INFJs. Yeah, you have to make sure that you stay hydrated, you eat regular, because a lot of times our mind gets so wrapped up, we'll forget little things like that, even for our health. Something as stupid as drinking water, you think is so automatic. You feel thirsty, you drink. No, a lot of times that's a sense. That's an extroverted sense. Yeah, and sometimes we get so wrapped up we forget that stuff. Oh, hey, we're scrolling up. Hey, Foxy, I'm from a little town, but in England. Where in England? Queensland, Australia. Yes, I remember Vamp Fox said, you're from Queensland. Yeah, yeah, Wales isn't far. Hey, anyone else knows how they make videos about how close the NFJs are to God? Oh, Jethro. Yeah, I don't think they do that with any other personality. I find that that's intriguing. Um, well, that's one of those things. That's one of those elements I like to put in there is spirituality and God every so often. I don't want to focus too much on that, make that the whole part, but I want that to be a piece and an element into this channel myself. I think that's very important. I'm glad you said that, Jethro. And I tell you, I think a lot of times that's something that INFJs are craving in that. As yeah, I have noticed that. Uh, I found out I have ADHD last year, so yeah, I struggle to keep up with the stuff like that. Okay, I have noticed. I am currently engaging extroverted sensing at the gym right now. Okay, that's Harp. Yep. Um, I can't smell. I need reminders to eat and drink. You can't smell? Really? Yeah, Jethro. We are more in touch with the universe and nature. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I also think Jesus was an INFJ, Jethro. Yes, I heard that too. I mean, what else could he have been? I mean, you think about it, but being that he was the Lord, he was the Messiah, he was on a different plane. I think it's like he was in a completely different category than a lot of us. I mean, yes, he was human, he was man, but he was divine. I mean, so divine that he was basically the Son of God. I mean, he didn't have a physical father. You look at how perfect that story was. The fact he was conceived from Virgin Mary, that God himself was just anointed her, conceived her through a miracle, as he, being a virgin. It's deep. It's real deep. So how do you, I mean, Jesus you could put and say, yeah, he was an INFJ. If you put everything he did, and of course, that's what he would be, but he's beyond that. He's like deeper than anything we could fathom as far as, I mean, he was divine. I mean, the man had performed miracles. Miracles just came out of him. I mean, think of what they wrote about him. A woman like wanted so badly just to be healed. I mean, she had some fever, like a hemorrhaging fever. She reached behind him just to touch his cloak, the back of his cloak, and he felt the energy go into her and cure her because she wanted faith. And she was cured just by her own faith. There were stories about him touching people's eyes and healing the blind, raising Lazarus from the dead. What do you fathom what he did? When you really think about it, it's like it could be just a story, but you really got to take into account the man resurrected after 3 days of being dead. He was beyond. I mean, yes, INFJ personality, but he was divine. He walked in water. I mean, you think of the things he did, the miracles, amazing. Oh, okay. What do we got here? Okay, we got it's scrolled up quite a bit here since I'm looking. I'm like, did I miss something? Oh my gosh, I'm missing things here. Uh, I think this is a lot of. I think a lot of you people are just kind of talking with each other. That's awesome. I like that. I know that Tom guy. All he does is ramble on. So yeah, you got to talk and kind of fill the air a little bit. Uh, Jason, what are 1% of the population? Lucyverse, do you think Jesus was a Reiki master? Oh, what is a Reiki master? I'm not sure what that means. Um, we are sorry. I'm not sure of what exactly a Reiki master is, but he was rabbi. He was to his disciples, to his apostles. He was all that. Yeah. Then he gathered his 12 apostles, and yeah. Funny thing is, all his 12 apostles, they were all different personalities. They were all different like backgrounds, and they weren't the most. They weren't the most. They were savory. I mean, some were just fishermen. They were all average guys. You figure Simon Peter, he was a fisherman. Matthew was a tax collector. Um, these guys were just all, the tax collectors were looked at as with disdain back then. But yeah, but the thing is that they all had a certain something that he was attracted to, that they would pass on his message. Just average, regular guys. Being an INFJ is not a disease. None of us have ADHD. It's spiritual healing. We are 1% of the population. That's what I meant to say. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that's right. 1%. Yeah, they say anywhere from 1 to 2. They average out at least 1. I know males, INFJ males are very. I think that's the rarest demographic of personality is an INFJ male, because we're less than 1%. We're like 0.5 to 0.8% of the population. That's always stuck out in my mind, how we're less than 1% for the males. I mean, but you look at it like male and female, it's still like 1 to 2%. It's still very rare, even in women, but even more so in the men. But bottom line, it's the rarest. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. Somehow I find that hard to believe, but being one, I guess you have to tell yourself that, because you got to tell yourself, there's got to be more than that. But Rookie Healing. Rika Healing is, I think Lucy meant. Oh, okay. Is that what that is? Is that like a faith healer? Is that basically what that is? Like, remember those faith healers, and that's what they do? They'd have faith, and people would get out of their wheelchairs. And there were a lot of the faith healers. You saw a lot of them in the 70s and 80s, things like that. Yeah. Then, of course, somebody would have to say they were frauds. And people were staging it. And I remember that. Yes, Vamp, I did mean that. Okay, see, there you go. See, obviously, Vamp, she's very knowledgeable. She knew that. She knew. I didn't know what it was. I'm glad you filled in on that. Definitely. So, but how many of you have met other INFJs in person? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, but if if you ever knew were talking to an INFJ, I have probably about maybe a list of people that in my life that I suspected were. How about do that? Do that. Just in the course of your lifetime. Now that you know what an INFJ is and you know what to look for, are there people in your life that you suspect may have been that you didn't know at the time? I can count probably on one hand how many times that's happened. I think there's three or four that I suspect it's like, oh, this one, yeah, I think that's possible. And then, yeah, this one might have been. I told you my mom was. I mean, just from what I know, my mom was, but that's another one. But personally, I mean, other than my mom, if you know, but it wasn't confirmed. That's about it. Yes, Vamp, I did mean that. Just Tom. So if 4 billion on the planet themselves, 4 billion, then what does that mean? How many of you have met other INFJs in person? Oh, just Tom. Oh, meaning like that you're actually conversing with because you watch my videos a lot of times, but how many times that we're conversing? If that's what you mean, does this count? Because I'm interacting with you as well. So we're out. So, I'm out here online. I know that you're not physically in the presence, but you still met me and we're conversing. Yeah. So maybe just Tom. If that's what you consider that, Jason, is just me, I think that's what you mean by that because we're actually interacting. For me personally, it feels like seeing a soul very much like mine in another body. Okay, that's pretty deep there. That's a deep comment you got there, Harper there. Yes, a handful. Never met any NFJs, just Tom. Yep, got that. This does count too, and nice to meet you all. Okay. All right. Well, because, like I said, because it's the live interaction that this counts. Okay. Because I might as well just be hanging out with you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember too. I'm just a regular guy. I like to think of that. I mean, like I said, gosh, I mean, I got a regular blue collar job. I like to just, I mean, got a regular house here, but I got this rare personality type that links us. And I think, it could be anything and anybody, Does this count too? Have a nice to meet all of you. Well, we're all kind of talking here, yeah. I've met a few. I have most people in my life take the test. Uh, I have most people in my life take the test. Oh, so you actually say, Jethro, you'll say, hey, can you take a test? I want to see what you are. Okay, and they do it, and they actually they say okay, and they go online, do the test. Really, I love to meet one in person. Okay, yeah, it would be different. It would definitely be interesting. You know, it definitely would. Um, I've also heard I've also heard a few stories about how somebody had mentioned that they had an INFJ mother and daughter and they couldn't stand each other. Somebody recently texted me that I was talking about like the connection with. I can't remember what it was exactly, but I've also heard stories that a lot of times INFJs sometimes when they get too close, they get that familiarity and they get like they don't like each other after a while. You might think they do in the beginning, but I've heard stories too like that. Some people say, "Oh yeah, they irritate each other because they're too close." It's almost like that. I don't know how true that is. I really don't. I really don't. But someone who gets me, I love that. Yeah. Yes, I get a lot of information that way. I love, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm to the point now where, yeah, like I said, I've got a handful of people on my hand, like less than five that I could suspect, just people I've known through the course of my life that I think were, but I probably wouldn't even know where to find them nowadays. Yeah. There was a couple guys I worked with, believe it or not, back in the day, just a couple, like through the years, like maybe one or two. that I work with that I suspect. I knew they were introverted intuitives, but whether or not they were INFJs, I mean, I'd have to do like a little more research, But someone who gets then they have to go and recharge. I actually got a famous YouTube. Uh, I've actually got a famous YouTube to take it and reveal his results on his live. I'm currently going to go on his next week's live. Okay. Now, who is that? Is that somebody else you're talking about there? About you actually got a famous YouTube to take? Well, famous. It can't be me. Can't be a famous one. I'm just trying to figure out a famous YouTube to take it and a famous YouTuber to take the personality and reveal his results on the live. I'm actually going to go on the live next week. Oh, okay. All right. A famous YouTube, not necessarily an INFJ channel, just somebody that is taking a test and they're going to give you the result next week. Oh, okay. A famous YouTuber. All right. Oh, why did I buffer? I buffered. Hold on just a second, people. I buffered for a second. I want to make sure I'm doing well. I just got to check something out here. All right. Yeah, everything looks good. All right. Okay. Just had to check things out for a second. That's all. All right. Give you a little bit of a view of of my laptop. That's all. It just buffered for a second. I just sometimes have to check and make sure everything's going just right. What channel can you say? Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Somebody. So you're really into that. So actually, you convinced this YouTube host to take this test. That was you who did that, and they decided to. It was you personally, and then they're going to take it and then reveal it, or was it just something he decided to do on his own, or whatever, he or she? I mean, he didn't reveal that, so I don't know. But that's good though. That's good. But see, that's what I'm talking about. See, a lot of times, see how we're as far as like the spiritual or the religious thing is that's one thing I've noticed that coming onto this channel is that INFJs perk up when you mention something in the spiritual realm or the religious realm. Now, again, I've even said right along that from the very beginning that I think INFJs, being that we're from all around the world, I mean we're from everywhere, and I think we don't necessarily follow the same religion or the same creed or the same beliefs that way. And we're from multiple different cultures. I mean, gosh, we're from everywhere. But if you have that same personality type, you have a spirit, and your spirit longs for something. And it's that longing spirit that's longing for some kind of information, some kind of something that you testify to. A lot of times we just like to know that somebody has experienced what we are, to know that we're on the right path, to know that somebody else felt it too. Somebody else, heard that too in their mind and the depth of their mind. And that's what they thought too. Just to know that we're not alone, that we're not the only ones thinking that. And a lot of times that's what we do for each other, is because we're so close, we do give us that kind of moral, spiritual support we give each other by just knowing that we thought that too. And that's what we believe. And that's what gives us this is what bonds us in so many ways. Yeah, that's what it is. Because we've never found anybody else that was deep like that had those thoughts. And that's why it seems to be intriguing to meet somebody else in person, like another INFJ, because finally you'd meet somebody that actually gets you, that thinks like you. And then, yeah, you think that would be, and it would be interesting. Of course it would be. But that's the bond that we have together. That's what keeps us united. And that's what draws us. That's the one thing that draws us here, is that as well. So definitely. Jethro, I was definitely look out for that. Wow, that's cool. Oh, okay, there you go. He's an ENFTJ, an ENTJ, ENTJ. Oh, okay. So, oh, Donovan Sharp. He's a red pill guy. Oh, I see. Oh, he's a red pill guy. Oh, Donovan Sharp, a red pill guy. Does he show those TikTok videos of like women like crying in their cars and comment on them? Is that kind of thing? Because I watch some of those too occasionally. I do watch some of those red pill contents occasionally. um, yeah. So yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was. I'll tell you, those guys get those channels. Those channels get a lot of people drawn in. I'm drawn into them because it's funny in a way. They show these. They show those are the red pill. I mean, I'm sure we know what red pill is. I didn't even know what it is until just in the last last year or so when I started watching that. But yeah, it has to do with basically you know, men that are, it's part of MGTOW. The whole men are walking away from modern day relationships because modern day feminism has just basically tainted a lot of the culture, especially like women, the way they're taught to not like men, to hate men, to disrespect men. And if they do get married in a relationship, just give nothing in return, but expect the man to do everything for them, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, that's basically what that red channel is, that red pill stuff. And yeah, but and especially here in the Western cultures, I mean, it's gotten to that point. It's like the whole feminism. Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I don't think you do. I don't think all women, Lucy. I don't. I'm glad you said that. I don't think all women do. I'm saying that maybe I should have been certain ones, obviously. No, certain ones. I mean, like, there's a lot of women on TikTok that do say that, and there, you must know that. There's a lot of them that just are very entitled, and they have an attitude that men are just here to serve them, and men are just supposed to pay all their bills. And a lot of times, you got these girlfriends that they start dating a guy, and then they expect the guy to start paying their rent after a couple of months. Like, if they want to stay with them, then they'll pay their rent, not just take them out to dinner, things like that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Even not being married to them, not living with them, but expecting them to pay for their nails and pay for their hair appointments and yeah, and things like that. And that's expected. That's what red pill is. It just exposes all that stuff. Yeah, but I know what he means. That's definitely red pill stuff right there. But Jethro, you watch that stuff too, huh? Hey, I watch that occasionally. Self-entitled BS. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Like I said, I mean it's a certain it doesn't mean all of them are like that. No, there's a lot of very, very smart women out there that speak up and on the behalf of the men though too. Some of these women are like that, but have you ever heard of Emily? Hey, actually, have you ever actually Jethro? You ever seen Emily? She's a blonde woman, and she comes out. Her name's Emily Winkle, and she's got a YouTube channel, and she actually she watches some of that red pill stuff too, and she comments on the way women's action is too. And there's a woman coming from that, and she's usually, she's dead on, Yeah, so it's definitely it's just certain types is what it is. I'm definitely not thinking all of them are like that. No way. Of course not. Self-entitled bull bleep, huh? Whoa. Okay. All right. Matter of fact, like I said, down in Australia, you must have heard of Taylor the Fiend. He's another guy. Ever seen him? He's an animated vampire guy. He's huge down there. He's from Australia. He's got the Australian accent, and you never see him, never see his face, but he's a cartoon character. He's like a vampire, the Fiend. Yeah. Um, he's another red pill guy. I don't hate them. I need a man actually. Okay, Lucy, are you married, Lucy? Yeah, are you married and happily married, or I'm just curious. Yeah, get what you mean. Used to know a lot of girls like that. Uh, D-Day Vampy. Oh, okay. Especially, yeah. But you said he was at ENSJ or something like that, did you, Jethro? Oh, ENTJ. I see it up there now. I get that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess a lot of those red pill content, a lot of that's drawn toward men, but what it is, it's just trying to open up the eyes up, not to fall into those traps. I mean, because obviously, I mean, there's a lot of there's good women in the world, but then there's some like that aren't good. Just like there's some good men in the world and there's some bad men. You know, um, that's all. I mean, I'd like to think there's more good men than there are bad men. But the funny thing is, though, the population, the world population, I think women are a higher population than men in the world. I think women almost outnumber men 2 to 1. I mean, on an average. And in certain demographics, depending on what country you go to, like in the United States, women might even outnumber men by 3 to 1 or something. I mean, there's certain demographics that where women are actually, and depending on the region of the world, but I think on average, there's at least two women to every one man or something like that. It annoys me. Uh, they would always try to get me to set me up with my next fling. Oh, okay. Jethro, I actually have a theory that INFJ women and ENFJ women uh, are, when it comes to women personalities, best at living by themselves without someone, even though they would want someone, typically an INFJ stuff, LOL. Uh, Good day, Jason. Oh, Jason. Oh, yeah, it means good day in short form in Australia. Good day. Yeah, yeah, that's right. LOL. Cheers, Vampy. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think so too. So you think that, yeah, I would think that INFJ women would probably, I would picture them being the type that could probably, you know, do okay as far as like being by themselves. I mean, I'm sure certain personality types, but again, I honestly think that no matter who you are, that takes many years of just figuring you out and going through a lot of trials and errors through your life to finally find a state of completion, state of happiness, a state of grace within yourself to accept that as well. Because I think as human beings, yeah, when we're younger, I think we're more geared toward needing love, needing somebody. When we're younger, I think we're geared that way. Think about it. Biologically, human beings are geared to be more fertile. Women are more fertile when they're in their early 20s, right through their 20s. So, of course, in men, look at men. I mean, men start becoming, you know, uh, let's just say men when they peak when they're 17 years old. Supposedly, they say that they're in their prime, but usually it carries over until they're in the 30s or so, even up into their 40s. But I think when you're younger, when you're in your 20s, I mean, typically that's when you're going to produce the most healthy like offspring, your babies and stuff like that. So yeah, it's almost like we're born young, naive, and blind, and also let's just say horny. You know what I'm saying? So both sides. So we tend to do the deed, and that's where babies are coming from, typically from the youngers in their 20s. But it's geared that way. But we're stupid at that age. We're dumb. We're not. We don't have a lot of life experience. That's the downside. And so a lot of times these marriages don't last very long, do they? I mean, sometimes they get together because they like the lust, they like how they feel, and then they get married, and after a few years, they can't stand each other. I mean, that's the way it goes, unfortunately. Uh, okay. Will they be trying to understand my personality? Bet there's a J part in the J. Inclined to tell others. Okay. I have, I have to go now. But nice talking with you. Oh, maybe see you again. Oh, Lucy, you gotta go. Oh, well, Lucy, please, if you ever see this again, I hope you stop back again. We don't always talk about red pill stuff, not typically. I mean, uh, usually I get into more spirituality and stuff like that, you know. But hopefully, if there's any question you want to ask about anything about the INFJ condition that pertains to something that you need some information about, I'd be glad to help you out a little bit if you're still there. That is, okay. If you ask me a specific question or steer us into a certain category, we'd do that. All right. I hope it wasn't because of the topic we were getting into, but Well, anyway, I hope you come back. Okay. All right. All right. Good gosh, I can't believe I've been at this 4 hours already. 4 hours ago. I told you, people. I do this. I seem like I have these marathon lives lately. Usually it's late at night. This is not the first one I've done. I've done one of these. I did a couple of these last week. I did one. No, I did a couple. I think last Saturday night or Sunday I did one, and usually they go into 4 hours easily. It seems like with almost like with ease. I get really wrapped up in the moment. I start talking, and I just go. Yeah. Okay, I will totally come back. I hope you do. You're invited here, okay? And hopefully, subscribe to the channel and watch some of the videos if you would. I'm sure some of them might be helpful for you. Okay. Uh, gratuitous footnote. Yes, but little more soft. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. Oh yeah. So looks like Lucyverse. She just needs to work on my YouTube. I'm new. Oh, so she's got her own channel. She's got to go work on her YouTube. Okay. All right. I get that. I understand that. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine, you know, you got to put work into the YouTube, right? Definitely. Yeah. I don't want it to start feeling like a job. Sometimes, no, I definitely don't want to. That's why I have to link down here. I just like, you know what? Just all you got to do is just, you know, you got to just talk about certain topics that people are interested in. That's all you got to do. You just got to be yourself. So, yeah, join the conversation. But yeah, I see different faces coming in. Something I see now eight are watching out there. All right. I see 10, 9, 8. It bounces back and forth. I do notice that it seems like it goes up higher and higher, like sometimes. Usually it goes up to 10. That seems to be about it. It might go a little bit higher than 10 sometimes. But that gives it a nice intimate group though, doesn't it? That really does. I like to think that someday it might go higher than that, some maybe, but when it's small like that, I get to talk to everybody that comments on there, and I like to think that I can respond now too. Uh, Tom, I'm so grateful you're doing this. It brings us together. Well done. Yeah, well, thank you, Jason. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what was the other one? I want to watch your past lives. What do you mean by that? I want to watch your past lives. Where are they? Oh, okay. Oh, Jason, past lives. They are recorded. If you go to my channel, and I think, and you might see a category. You might see all the videos. All my videos are in a line. Eventually, I got to figure out how to like organize the videos and make them in categories. But that's my own thing. But as far as lives go, if you go onto my main page, and I'm thinking you might see categories. You'll see shorts. I know on my page it looks like this: videos, shorts. You might see a lives in there. You might see live, and if you click live, it might give you the whole list of lives that I've had. They might be all categorized. It's just a matter of clicking live when you next to like video, short, live. I think that's how it is on my page. All right. That might help you out a little bit, but I know this. You're able to if you go to my main page, you could find those. All right. Uh, oh yeah, Tom, I'm grateful doing this. I bring us together. Well done. I didn't ask that. Jethro did. Oh, okay. Oh, Did I say Jason? Oh, it was Jethro asked those. Okay, I get it. Oh, do forgive me. I said the wrong name. But bottom line is that's how you find the lives. You can't miss it, all right? There's a lot of things I had to learn too here on YouTube as I went along. A lot of times I just kind of I poke around and click little things here and there. So much I gotta learn though. It's really so much I do have to learn. I gotta tell you that. So uh, uh there's not. Oh wait, Jethro. There's not. They're not on there. I think you missed something. Uh, I know they're on my page. I can find them right on mine. I know that. I know I can find mine. If I go to maybe it's my main page. See, I got a main page here that I look at, and there's not anything like that there, huh? Yeah, if you go to my main, there's nothing that says live on there, huh? That's curious. That'd be curious to know if there's a way for the. I would think they would allow some of the other lives to be shown like rebroadcast. I know one thing. I know immediately after I end this broadcast, it just goes back into a loop and then it'll show it again. I know it does almost immediately, but I've been looking pretty hard. They're not there. They're not public. Oh, really? I thought they were. I thought they were. I think maybe they are. Maybe I don't know that. I thought you could go live. I thought you could do that. I just know that they're available to rewatch fairly quickly. I think they're in my inventory to save them in case I want to cut little pieces out and things like that or review them. I think they're there for my use. I know that. But I would have thought they would have been available. Like I said, they rebroadcast them immediately after. So this live is on there. Oh yeah, this live is on there. Of course. I mean, yeah, you're going to get the live. That's going to, of course, be on there. We all have one thing in common. We search for truth. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that. I could have sworn I could have sworn you could have seen the live back there. All right. Yeah. We search for the truth. Yeah. Yes, we do. Yeah, Jason. That's one thing my mom used to say. She used to always say that the most important thing that you need to find is the truth. You know. Yeah, she used to talk about the truth all the time. Yeah, my mom did that stuff. Yeah, like I said, that's what makes me think she was like that. Just the discussions we had. A lot of times too. I mean, those deep craving deep conversation that INFJs crave. That's one of those typical trademarks of INFJs. They don't like small talk. Hate the small talk, but they like the deep conversation. Yeah, my mom was like that. That's another thing that just my mom, I think she was bored with small talk, but liked deep conversation. And she used to say that stuff, the most important thing is to find the truth. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Well, I tell you, I gotta be honest with you, people. I'm getting to the point now. I've been here already 4 hours. And I'm almost getting to the point where I gotta go to bed. I gotta get to sleep. What time is it, by the way? Oh, you gotta be kidding me! It's 4 in the morning. Uh, it, I can't believe it's 4 in the morning. I must have started this broadcast around 1 in the morning. Then I can't believe it. I'm looking at the time. I mean, the sun's gonna start rising pretty soon around here, and I'm gonna still be doing this. I did that last week. Either a week or two ago, I stayed up to like 5 in the morning, and by the time I went to bed, it was like the sun was rising. I could see it getting light. Luckily, I didn't have to work. I mean, I've had some leave time the last couple of weeks, and that's another thing I've been doing. This is I've been kind of on leave from work. I mean, I'll be going back to work maybe not next week, but the week after that. So, but no, I thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Like I said, I'm just looking at the time. It ran away from me, folks. I can't believe it. It goes so quick. 4 hours here. I don't even recognize it. I got to tell you the truth. It doesn't feel like 4 hours. It really doesn't. It's just time kind of staying still when I'm talking to you out here. It really does. I would hope. I would hope you feel the same way on your end. See you next week. I'll try to make it another time, definitely. Also, I've been trying to. I did another live earlier in the week, but it was earlier in the day. It was more of an afternoon one. As much as I like to reach out to some of you out there, because this is I'm on your time zone. Occasionally, I have to stay like closer to my own time zone to talk to some of the people around here too. But I've seen a couple people chime in late. If you remember, somebody did. I'm trying to remember who it was. Somebody came in. I think it was. Oh, I can't remember. Maybe it was Carria. I haven't seen her today. She's from the Philippines. Or maybe Carria's not. I haven't seen her tonight. Maybe it was her. But Philippines is still halfway around the world too. Yeah. Well, anyway, people, I'm gonna do that. Hopefully you could, if you want to watch this thing in its entirety, you can watch it right after. But I really thought you could see these videos after. Well, thank you so much, people. I want to thank you for showing up today, and I hope you all had a wonderful time. And I'm glad you stopped by. And please do, yeah, like I said, just continue to watch, support the channel like you are, and just be a ray of sunshine out there for the rest of the world, people. That's the one thing we can do, is that always remember that you have to be that ray of sunshine in the world for the rest of the world. That's what INFJs are. We somehow are supposed to inspire and be that light, that beacon of light that we shine to for other people, for the world. You know, maybe we're sparse, maybe we're far away, kind of like when you look up into the night sky. And I know it looks like you have billions and billions of stars out there, like Carl Sagan used to say. But you know, they're also light years away. Each one of these stars are eons away, just like we are. But you know what? Just like the stars in the sky, we may be eons and countries away and halfway around the world. We're all these beacons of light that light up the world. Okay, just always remember that. We're each individual stars far away, but we're all connected in our universe of us. What do you think of that? So people, always be that shining light in the sky for the world to see. All right? Well, I want to thank you so much, people. I love each and every one of you, and I love you for showing up. Okay? And until the next time, each and every one of you, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. All right? Thank you so much.